make your way to your battle station, please. All right, the time is now 9:02 a.m. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Arias.
Present.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Soria.
Here.
Council Vice President Esparza.
Present.
And President Chavez.
Here. All right, next up we'll have the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Do we have Pastor Kevin Foster of Life Bridge Community Church on?
Yes, I'm here.
Everyone, please stand.
Lord, we just thank you so much that you can give us the wisdom that we need for times where we really need the wisdom that is above a human intellect. And I just pray for each and every person involved in the decision-making capacity today that we would lean to your wisdom instead of our wisdom, instead of our intellect. There's some very complex issues we have to handle and deal with today. And so today, we actually ask you for your wisdom that might supersede our wisdom. And we thank you so much that you can do that. Secondly, Lord, we pray for the great peace that only you can bring. Thank you that in your word, you have been called the Prince of Peace. And we ask in your precious name that you give us the peace that we need during this meeting today. And we pray that same peace over our city, Lord. We thank you so much for it. In your mighty name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Councilmember Bredefeld, if you could lead us. Oh my God, that was a very tepid Pledge of Allegiance. I think we have to do a lot better than that next time. City Clerk, which items have been removed from the agenda or continued by the sponsor of the item?
The following items have been requested to be removed from the agenda. The first item is 1L, as in Larry, actions pertaining to the Central Avenue Improvement Project. This is being requested by Councilmember Arias. The next item is item 1W. It is amending Chapter 6, Article 9 of the Fresno Municipal Code, the Recycled Water Ordinance, and that's being requested to be removed by Councilmember Arias.
City Clerk?
Yes.
The city manager just requested if we can move that item to this afternoon after we hear the workshop on water. I'm amenable to that request if the council so wishes.
So move that item 1W for the afternoon. Okay, let's do that.
Okay. And then the next item is item 1GG, as in George. Approve First Amendment to agreement with RH Community Builders to extend their contract to provide homeless triage center, emergency shelter beds, and services at the Sands Inn Motel by an additional 3 months to September 30th, 2021. That's being requested by Councilmember Arias. And the final
Clerk,
item
could you pause right there? I know the administration, Councilmember Arias, did you have that conversation with the administration already about the time sensitivity of it?
I have not been able to speak to administration about it. We've been so busy with flagpoles and the Valley Inn Motel and budget hearings that I have not had a chance to talk with them.
Thank you. Yes, so our concern would be if we did not extend, then we've got 80 people in that facility that we'll need to displace at the end of the month or next week, I believe it is. So we'd like to see if we could approve it in some way so that we don't have to put people back on the street. If that's a way is a path forward, we'd like to work with you on that, either by approving it or if there's some other adjustment you'd like to make. We just not interested in, we were just not eager to have people get displaced out of that facility. We understand the concern, but we would like to request that we can approve that one.
If the city manager would like to leave the item on the agenda so we can have a full discussion, amenable to that. I just want to make sure that there's a lot of moving pieces and promises were made that this contract will only be needed for 90 days, and there's been no communication on what the rationale is for extending it. And so I want to have that discussion, but if you'd like to have it today, we'll be happy to keep it on the agenda.
Perfect. Yeah, if we can move it to contested, we'd love to talk about it with
All
the
right,
council.
we'll move that to contested, clerk, for the record.
There's one more item to be removed from the agenda, and that's item 1LL as in Larry. It's amending the vacant building ordinance, FMC Section 10-617, and that's being removed by Councilmember Arias.
Okay.
And City Clerk, for the record, that will return at the next meeting. We got a request from the Real Estate Association late last night to have a discussion and clarify some of the provisions. So we'll do that out of professional courtesy and then discuss and adopt the item next meeting.
All right.
Those are all the items I had to be removed. I do have additional items for the contested consent when we get to that.
Yeah, let's go through those for the record now, clerk.
Okay, so the following items are being requested to be pulled from the consent calendar and moved to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. The first one is item 1D as in David, a resolution adopting the 90th Amendment to the AAR, appropriating $750,000 for local early action planning support grant program to accelerate housing production in the city of Fresno. That's being requested to be pulled by Councilmember Maxwell. Item 1E is in Edward, actions pertaining to the creation of the Kings Canyon Corridor Transit-Oriented Development Connectivity Plan. That's being requested to be moved by Councilmember Maxwell. The next one is item 1O, is in Oatmeal. Award construction contract in the amount of $1,482,760 to Avision Construction Incorporated of Madeira as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for the Clovis Avenue Metro Trail project. That's being requested to be removed by Councilmember Maxwell. Item 1Q, as in quarter, approve a purchase and sale agreement between the City of Fresno and 2500 MOK LLC for a 10-acre park site near southwest corner Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and Church Avenue in the total amount of $2 million. That is being requested to be removed by both Councilmember Maxwell and Councilmember Arias. Item 1T is in Tom, actions pertaining to the construction of 1,300 linear feet of 16-inch diameter water main on the North Fowler Avenue water main replacement, and that's being requested to be removed by Councilmember Maxwell. Item 1V is in Victor, agreement between the City of Fresno and Pinedale Public Utility District to transfer billing and collection of sewer service charges in the general area by North Palm to east, West Celeste Avenue to the south. That's being requested to be moved by Councilmember Maxwell. Item 1W is in West. It is amending Chapter 6, Article 9 of the Fresno Municipal Code, the recycled water ordinance, and that's being removed by Councilmember Maxwell. Item 1Y is in yellow, adopt a resolution authorizing acceptance of $1,263,368 in grant funding from the State of California Board of State and Community Corrections for Parks and Community Service Department through the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Community Engagement. That is being requested by Councilmember Maxwell. And the final item I have for contested consent is item 1CC as in Charles. Authorize the Chief of Police to enter into the Third Amendment to an existing contract with Shot Spotters through the end of FY 2024. And that's being requested by Councilmember Arias.
All right, does that conclude the list,
Yes,
City
it
Clerk?
is. Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yeah, I also wanted to put uncontested 1FF.
1FF.
Just had a question on that.
And that's to move to out of consent into contested consent, Councilmember?
Contested, yes.
All right.
Council President, I also have items. I have three, actually. It's 1N, 1BB, and 1JJ.
All right, 1N as in Nancy?
Yes.
1BB.
And then 1JJ.
JJ. Okay. BB as in boy, correct?
Yeah.
BB. All right. You have those, City Clerk, on the record? All right. All right.
Council President?
Oh,
Council President?
City Manager.
Yeah, apologize. We'd like to request item 1L, if we can pull that to contested. And the challenge we have with that is that the bids expire on June 16th. So if we don't act on this, then we will have to reject the bids and start over. And the concern is we're open to having a discussion about it, but with the bids expiring, we would have to rebid and be subject to whatever pricing we get in a
How long
rebid.
would that delay the project?
Rebidding, it's probably a 30 to 45-day process, 90-day process to.
Council President, if I may, this item has legal implications that I don't think we can discuss publicly because it is also associated to a settlement that the city engaged in a few months ago. So I'm not sure what the best venue is to have that discussion, but this is related to the South Industrial Settlement and the improvements of that roadway with pedestrian and other safety issues. Yeah, I mean, we'll be meeting every day next week, so if we can resolve some of those questions, I'm not
So
sure why.
it expires on June 16th, so that's before our next council meeting.
Special meeting.
Yeah.
Well, we have budget hearings on there. We could notice that before then if this is time.
So we would need to schedule something, I guess, with the city attorney if we have questions regarding.
Personally, city manager, I'm okay with that roadway, being delayed, those improvements by another 90 days, if it means that we don't have to open ourselves up to litigation. So I want to have this project fully vetted. Staff has not met with me on this project or any of the scopes of the improvements that they're recommending. So it's a pretty significant project.
So let's remove that item, and if we can bring it back before the 16th, if there's some kind of an agreement and consensus, we can do that, and if not, we'll do what we need to do.
Mr. President,
Yeah, Councilmember Corbasi.
just for staff, item 1V on Pinedale Water, is that time sensitive? V as in Victor.
It's the utility district.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's been discussed for a number of years, and I think we finally reached closure with the utility district. So I think we've got an agreement with them to proceed.
Understood. What I'd like to do is I'd like to postpone it to the next meeting.
To the 17th.
Councilmember Carbasi,
Yes, sir.
may we have it on contested just to ask some few questions with the understanding that we'll table it for a vote till a later date?
Would you prefer to discuss this in open session, or would you prefer to discuss to meet privately with staff about this item?
That's also acceptable. Unless anyone else has questions they wanted to ask about that item today. I'm
Follow-up
fine with that.
question.
I was
Right.
gonna ask.
No, this is in your district, right, Councilmember Corbasi?
Okay, let's go ahead and continue it then, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you.
All right, and any other items? Going once, going twice? Are you sure? I can order dinner. We've got 10 items pulled here from consent. I think we got a lot of interest from Councilmember Maxwell from Southeast to Northwest Fresno. That's okay. So with that, do any council members want to register any abstentions or recusal on any of the consent items? None? Councilmember Bradford?
No, I want to just acknowledge that on 1DV, it's related to real estate and apartments and policy, and I've been abstaining, waiting to get a ruling on the FPPC, which said that I can vote on this, and I'll ask the city attorney to just comment on that.
Yes, we've obtained an opinion from FPPC, at least informally, that the section of the law that was being referenced as far as having to recuse on rental housing items only applies when you own single-family rentals, not multifamily. And both Councilmember Bredefeld as well as the mayor own multifamily, and so they would not need to recuse themselves on these types of items.
Yeah, so I just wanted to be clear about that.
Just want to enter that into the record. Yeah.
Yep.
Councilmember Carbasi, I have you punched up. Did you have anything else? That's it? Okay. All right, so with that, do I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So move.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Arias. Do I have a
Second
second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Bredefeld. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes. All right, now we will move on to ceremonial presentations. And our first one will be a proclamation for our LGBTQ Pride Month. And the sponsors are Council Member Soria, Arias, and Maxwell.
All of us? Oh. Well, I had a
guys want to come up? So good morning, everyone. We feel honored that we have actually some folks in the chambers this morning. I know that we're looking at opening fully to the public next month, but it's exciting to be able to share the chamber with a number of folks that have joined us here this morning. I'm proud to be also joined by my colleagues, Councilmember Maxwell and Councilmember Arias. This year we'll do the presentation a little swift. I know that I think what is going to be important is that tomorrow we get to have a big celebration. It is a historic day. But today, I'm proud to be here. I think this is my 7th consecutive year presenting this special proclamation. And we've expanded. I think we've usually had it, just Jeff here because of the Rainbow Pride and his work with Community Link for the LGBTQ community. But we invited a couple other folks that are representative of organizations that are doing some really hard work in the community and active in the LGBTQ community. So I'll start off here to my right. We have Jeffrey Robinson with Community Link. If you guys have attended the Fresno Rainbow Pride, he is the man in charge and has made it what it is today, over 30 years of events for the community. We also have, yes, round of applause for him. We also have Kathleen Arambula Reyna representing Real Pride. If you guys haven't had a chance and opportunity to go to the film festival, obviously over COVID we haven't had the opportunity. They do have a movie night this year, but again, someone that has led Real Pride and grown the event that is a great event, not just for Fresno, but for this region. So thank you, Kathleen, for being here. We have Jennifer Cruz with EOC's LGBTQ plus Resource Center, a center that has become very invaluable to our community for our youth. Thank you for being here. And then we have Zane Anthony with Trans Emotion. Trans Emotion has also been a very active community organization that has done tremendous work. If we all remember, we probably remember Sawyer coming and reminding us about trans lives and the importance of them. So thank you, Zane, for being here this morning. So just wanted to take this moment to celebrate Pride Month. Tomorrow will be a bigger celebration, but I did want to give a chance to present a special proclamation to these 4 individuals who continue to work with other LGBT community members to provide services and just be active members of our community. So thank you for being here this morning. We will be able to celebrate tomorrow morning as we get to raise the flag. And so I want to thank my colleagues that are standing here with me and my colleagues that voted so that we could have the ability to raise the flag.
I'll keep my half an hour speech short until tomorrow, but I do sincerely just want to say I'm sorry. On behalf of the city, I apologize. The historic moment tomorrow shouldn't have been this controversial. We should not be referring to the community as a cause. It's humanity. And on behalf of a grateful city, you guys have been here for folks in the past. You'll be here for folks in the future. Fresno continues to be that place where folks who can't be themselves in small, rural, conservative towns have a place to be themselves and love who they want to love in our city. And for that, I thank you for being there, standing with us and standing with the community, especially for those young people who are still struggling to figure out who they are and for who need the support to love whoever they love. So thank you, and on behalf of the city, I apologize. It shouldn't have been a controversy in this day and age.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I just wanted to start off by saying how much I truly appreciate all of the great work that you do every single day in our community as individuals, as part of your organizations. I think it goes without saying that the LGBTQIA+ community is a community that has had to fight for every single right that they have. Ones that a lot of us take for granted every single day, whether that's equality in the workplace, whether that's the legal right to marry the person that you love, whether it's flying a flag that symbolizes love and unity and community. They've had to fight, and they continue to fight for every single one of these rights, which tells us that we still have a long ways to go before we have true equality and equity with our LGBTQ community. I can't say that anybody on this council fully understands the struggles and the strides that this community has made, but I can tell you this Fresno City Council that we have now unequivocally supports you. We unequivocally see you, we hear you, and we love you guys. Thank you for all of your great work. We appreciate you. Thank you.
On behalf of the LGBTQ community, I would like to thank the City Council for their leadership and their continued support. This has been a 31-year process to get where we are at today and really for tomorrow. And members of Council District 1 and 3 have always stood with the LGBTQ community. We have had support from mayors such as Karen Humphrey back in 1991, who gave us a citywide proclamation. This means so much to the youth of the past, the youth of the present, and the youth of the future, to see that we are validated and welcomed and encouraged to thrive here in the city of Fresno. On behalf of the LGBTQ community, I would like to thank all of you for your leadership.
And then you, and then you guys are speaking.
So thank you so much to the City Council and the members, and I agree. I want to echo what Jeffrey said about on behalf of the LGBTQ plus community. This is history in the making, and we appreciate the support. And I feel like this is the beginning of lots of hope and progress from here on out. And I want to thank you for inviting us to be here. And thank you on behalf of the Fresno EOC and the LGBTQ plus Resource Center. We're very happy to be part of this day and tomorrow's big celebration. Thank you.
On behalf of Rural Pride, I'd like to thank you, City Council members, and I would like to encourage you all to continue to move forward. We are, in fact, part of your community, and we appreciate that with the raising of this flag and with the proclamation that you are now acknowledging and including a very important part of Fresno. You know, we've always been here, and to quote Peter Robertson, we're here and we're queer. I also want to say that our organizations stand on the shoulders of individuals such as Jeffrey Robinson, and I am hoping as we move forward, we have new leadership that will take our places one day, and this becomes a matter that is something that is no longer controversial, that we are just people, and that we don't need to identify ourselves or anything of the like. But today is a step, and we welcome it, and we thank you.
Thank you. Hey everyone, I'm Zane Anthony, Chair of TransEmotion. Thank you for having me today. This is my first time here. As was said earlier, it's usually Zoyer. Thank God for Zoyer. He is now the spiritual Buddha of our community. So we are living our activism. I learned a lot through him as well. Our activism is definitely not a phase. It's because of our consistency and our fights that we've had for decades, and now we're here today, which I'm so happy that we are. So we appreciate you and everybody here that's in the position to be able to help us move forward like that. Also, I'm very honored to be able to be a speaker for tomorrow's event as well for the flag raising ceremony. So like everybody said, this is history in the making. I'm glad we're here today and we're living in this moment. So thank you, everybody.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, if you could read the proclamation for the record.
Whereas the City of Fresno recognizes that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. The lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer plus LGBTQ plus people are a large part of our community that come from a diverse range of race, ethnicity, religion, national origin, economic status, sex, gender, identification, or expression. And whereas Pride Month is celebrated annually in the month of June to commemorate the June 1969 Stonewall Uprising in Lower Manhattan. It's been over 50 years since the Stonewall Uprising broke out following a police raid on the Stonewall Inn that targeted LGBTQ plus individuals in violation of their civil rights, leading to the beginning of the gay rights movement. Even today, LGBTQ plus members in our community continue to face marginalization, discrimination, and hatred for simply being themselves. And whereas it was only in 2015 that the Supreme Court gave their landmark decision guaranteeing marriage equality in all 50 states, the City of Fresno is committed to supporting visible dignity and equality for LGBTQ plus people in our diverse community, recognizing all LGBTQ plus residents whose lasting contributions make the City of Fresno a vibrant community in which to live, work, and visit. And whereas celebrating Pride Month influences awareness and provides support and advocacy for Fresno's LGBTQ plus community, and it is an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights, while society at large increasingly supports LGBTQ plus equality. It is essential to acknowledge the need for education and awareness remains vital to end discrimination and prejudice. And whereas Fresno joins Community Links, Fresno Rainbow Pride, Real Pride, Planned Parenthood, Trans Emotion, EOC LGBTQ plus Resource Center, LGBTQ plus community leaders and other communities throughout the Central Valley to observe Pride Month and hold the first Pride flag raising ceremony at Fresno City Hall to honor the LGBTQ plus liberation movement and support the rights of all citizens to experience equality and freedom from discrimination. And whereas a Pride flag serves as a symbol of hope and inclusion for LGBTQ plus people, the City of Fresno is committed to supporting the LGBTQ plus residents, and the city requested to fly the Pride flag for 7 days and will hold the first Pride flag raising ceremony on June 11, 2021 at 10 a.m. at Fresno City Hall. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Fresno Mayor and City Council hereby proclaim June 21, 2021 to be LGBT plus Pride Month in the City of Fresno.
Council President, may I chime in? Yeah. So want to thank my colleagues for bringing this forward because LGBTQ rights are a civil rights issue. The LGBTQ plus community has always been part of, unfortunately, a large group in this country, but many groups who continue to fight for their civil rights, continue to be marginalized. So very happy that we got to recognize these leaders here this morning and just let the community know that we do continue to stand with them. We're a city of great diversity, and Fresno belongs to our LGBTQ plus community as much as it belongs to anyone else. So I'm really looking forward to our historic flag-raising ceremony tomorrow. As several members of this council indicated last week, not only did we insist on the flag being raised, but we promised that it would. And so we're looking forward to that happening tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Sparson. Thank you to our sponsors, Councilwoman Soria, Maxwell, and Arias. Now we move on to councilmember reports and comments. And up first will be Councilwoman Soria.
Couple things. So one, I just want to let you guys know some of the items that I've pulled this time around is really a result of getting the information with less amount of time. I know that we're trying to work through PrimeGov and then whatever process the administration has in giving us the complete information and having enough time. I will say I haven't even had enough time to meet with staff on certain items. So that is one of the things that I'm hoping that we can work through so that we fix those kinks of this new system that we have. I'm hoping that if the public is having a hard time, because it seems like it's a little bit more difficult system to operate, that they let us know so that we work out those kinks. So just wanted to kind of put that out there so folks know. So I saw that we are going to be opening several pools in the community. And what struck me was that the prices, I think, range from like $50 to $80. And I know that I represent a lot of very low-income families that can't afford, especially if they have, multiple kids in the family. They can't afford that extra expense, or. So I don't know if there's anything that we can do. I know that in other cities they do it on a sliding scale, or if in the past I think that we've also gone sponsored by some of the private corporations here in town to be able to provide swim opportunities for our kids. We know that when we look at data and look at those kids that end up drowning either at the river or at a lake, it's usually kids of color that are low income. So I'm hoping that we're able to address the cost and price for the swim lessons that we are giving through our Parks Department. So I don't know if we can resolve that through the budget and put some dollars to maybe cut that in half, or do some sliding scale. So I'm not sure if folks have thought about that, but I think it's important that we make sure that our young people that are more predisposed to drown have an opportunity to learn how to swim. And then I just wanted to bring up the issue of fireworks. I know that I'm sure the administration has been getting a lot of emails and calls, like my office. I know there's a couple other offices that I've heard have received. Just wanting to see if there's an update on your guys' end in terms of with illegal fireworks, what is being done? Is there anything being proactive? Does this council have to do something in order to address the firework issue that is happening throughout the neighborhood, scaring a lot of the fur babies and not letting folks sleep through the night? So I know the issue is a little controversial, but I think that we should be having a discussion about it.
Yeah. Does the administration want to respond? Because I think it's going to be the common theme.
Thank you. On both those items, we had a, I'll talk about it a little later. We had a first meeting with the Parks Commission on Monday. They had a similar question about the affordability of swim lessons and others. So it's a topic we're talking about, and it's one of the recommendations that we'll present to you guys as part of the Parks budget from the comments we received from the Parks Commission. So definitely it'll be a budget discussion item we'll have. And then regard to fireworks, yes, we're looking at the Fresno app and trying to reposition the fireworks, call it illegal fireworks, so that we can, folks can input that, and then we're working internally on how we respond, whether it's fire department, code enforcement, just how do we want to respond to those calls. So yeah, it's a priority for us, and we're trying to figure out how to use the Fresno to allow people to make those calls for service, and then we respond to that.
Manager, on the, I know that we can do it during the budget, but is there any way that we can put it in place for this summer?
Yeah, let me talk with
So I think that maybe if we bring an item forward, I know I'd be happy to sponsor something with you guys, but I'd like to see that implemented this summer, because I don't want the kids to miss out on the opportunity.
Let me talk with the Parks Director, and we'll just understand the economics and logistics of trying to adapt the program, made it available for the community.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Carbasi, no comments? Councilmember Arias?
Thank you, Councilmember. Just a couple of things for the city manager. Thank you for your help on resolving the concerns I had with the Valley Inn purchase. I know that took quite a bit of time from you and the Housing Authority to resolve how we acquire, repair, operate, and eventually transition to permanent affordable housing. I know it was quite a bit of work, so I want to appreciate you for that. I've been getting a lot of complaints about the JSK playground equipment at JSK on Clinton and Brawley. It looks like the playground has now become a danger and a safety concern for residents who are using it. That play structure was scheduled for replacement last year. I don't know where it is in the bid process, but we're now about a year behind in the replacement schedule of that play structure on the JSK Park on Clinton and Brawley. So an update with there would be helpful.
Council member,
Yes.
apologize. Did you say JSK?
Yes,
Okay.
JSK. It's on Clinton and Brawley. And then I have a few other questions related to the budget. I know you guys are planning on hearings next week, but it'd be extremely helpful if we get a list of projects prior to the hearings on what's already incorporated in the budget so that we don't have to make 50 motions on projects that may or may have not been left out of the proposed department budget. So I know we've had that discussion, but that would be really helpful for us to move forward in budgeting. And I do want to address the issue of flagpoles in my district. You know, next week we'll begin the first of many consequential discussions related to the Fresno's future, specifically around how we rebuild the city after the pandemic. And instead of taking time this week to prepare for those critical conversations, we've all been distracted, over a single pole and a flag. In my view, the mayor chose to stir up a city over this single item that has been mistakenly been described by him and others as a cause, which is not. While I'm happy that he's seen the error in his ways and judgment, he's also created a new unnecessary problem that this council will be forced to address. His hasty attempt to repurpose Ian Plaza Park and installing 7 flagpoles without clear purpose, community or council support, has created a whole new set of questions for me this week from my constituents. I had planned to bring forward a council agenda item today to overturn his actions and protect the Ian Plaza master plan. However, as we've heard today, and we will hear from the council this afternoon, the city has a ton of other priorities that we must address. Everything from 911 calls not being responded to timely, to park facilities that are posing safety threats to kids, to a city who I'm still struggling to understand why we can't figure out garbage compactors in downtown. Yet somehow the mayor made it a priority for city employees to install 7 flagpoles that simply pose more questions and concerns than they solve problems. So I want to be clear about the facts of Ian Plaza, because I've gotten a lot of questions this week from residents and stakeholders. Despite some of the false claims on Facebook, Ian Plaza does have a master plan, and it's had it since 2004. The repurposing of public land and renaming of a park is a city council determination, not one made by the administration alone. And it would be another grave mistake if the administration made a decision to operationalize or repurpose or rename Ian Plaza without consulting with our office and seeking council action. Out of respect for my colleagues today, I've chosen not to bring the item that will further distract us today. Instead, I've engaged in lengthy conversations and discussions with the city manager, and we are committed to the following actions that we think are in the best interest of the city. 1, staff will not operationalize the flagpoles, rename, or repurpose the park. 2, we will meet with the Ian family members and stakeholders to pursue implementing the Ian Plaza master plan. And 3, I will seek support from my council colleagues in this budget year to implement the master plan for Ian Plaza and other improvements that may also include the utilization of the flagpoles. I want to thank the city manager for stepping in this week to make sure that the latest 7 poles don't become 7 more distractions for the city. And after a week of errors, let's get back to solving problems versus creating new ones that are not necessary. So I want to make sure I clarify that, because I've gotten a ton of Facebook messages and emails about the future of Ian Plaza, and I want to be clear to everyone that there has been no action by this body to repurpose, rename, or operationalize those flagpoles. And I thank you, City Manager, for spending time this week on making sure that we're all on the same page and we don't have to be distracted for another week and we can refocus back on the budget.
Thank you for taking the time. Appreciate it.
That conclude your comments, Councilmember Arias? All right, Councilmember Maxwell?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Hope nobody had early dinner plans this evening. Got a few things to say here and uncontested.
We noticed.
I wanted to start by saying that, I acknowledge that, going into budget season, it tends to draw people's priorities in, 50 different directions, and we have competing things going on at all times. But there are a few things that I am noticing that are slipping through the cracks a little bit that I wanted to bring attention to that are important for me and for my district. But before I get to that, I did want to report on a couple of really exciting things happening in District 4. Number one, last week, our office made the decision to effectively lift the parking restrictions in the El Dorado Park neighborhood. For those folks not familiar with El Dorado Park, it has often been given the misnomer Sin City, right? This is an area that has had historically high poverty, high crime, high gang presence, but over the last 10, 20 years has made tremendous progress to lift themselves up and really become a great community, not just in our district, but in the city of Fresno. And what was happening is that the streets were not effectively able to get swept during street sweeping days. And so last year, before my team came on board, the decision was made to put up signs and effectively start fining folks for parking on certain side of the streets during street sweeping days. And the result of this policy was nearly 1,000 citations in 6 months for a traditionally disadvantaged community. And on top of that, because of the high congestion and the high density of this community, these folks had nowhere else to park their cars. There's oftentimes multiple families living in a single unit, driving multiple vehicles. And so on the day that the street sweeper would come, not only did they not have a place to move and the streets were still not getting swept, but they were also getting additional fines every single week on top of that. So my office has effectively ended those restrictions. We're going to continue to sweep regularly down the center of the roads until we're able to come up with a more long-term solution. But I could tell you this, the long-term solution for El Dorado Park is not additional penalties. It's finding ways to uplift that community. So I'm really excited to have that change, because I know it's going to be big for the folks living in that neighborhood to not get fined once, twice, 3 times every single month. Second update I would like to present on is, I don't know if anyone knows what petanque is. It's kind of like bocce ball, and that's really the extent of what I know about it. But I do know that we have some folks here from the city of Fresno who will be representing the USA in the World Finals for petanque in Bangkok later this year. And that's really exciting because we'll have representation from the city of Fresno, but if you know folks like Janice Bisonette, she's going to be one of the folks competing in the World Finals later this year, and I think she lives in Councilmember Carbasi's district, but she practices at Cary Park, so I'm definitely going to take credit for that. So I just want to say congratulations to the folks here in Fresno. That is a tremendous opportunity, and we are all super proud of you. Relatedly, this is a group that called me because they really are excited and wanted to do a press conference at Cary Park. However, we continue to have a lot of issues over there at Cary Park. For almost a year and a half now, there have been trenches and holes and piles of dirt and chain link fence around Cary Park, creating extremely dangerous situations for our children, not to mention blight. And I would appreciate, whether today or after this meeting, an update so I could tell the folks that you could have a press conference at Cary Park and not have to be surrounded by trenches and dirt mounds and chain link fences. This is one of the projects that I've been following up with Parks Department since February, and unfortunately we still haven't seen much progress out there. So I would appreciate an update concerning Cary Park. And related to parks, I understand that there's oftentimes a lot of contingencies outside of our ability to manage them, but just wanted to point out that it was deeply disappointing and embarrassing to have a splash pad come online on a Saturday and effectively go out of service for weeks on end, 2 days later. And on top of that, to not have the Vinland Park splash pad ready to go effectively, meaning that both splash pads in District 4 are inoperable. And the reason I find this disturbing is because it gives me pause when there's a request to fund an outside camp for millions of dollars when we're unable to get our own splash pads here in Fresno operational. It concerns me when we only have a proposed budget that adds one person to our parks department when we cannot get our splash pads here in the city of Fresno to function. So these things have given me great pause. I'd really appreciate an explanation, but also an explanation for the community as to, you know, what the status on both of these parks is, because they're really important to my community. And it just seems like something so preventable to make sure that we have our splash pads functioning, to make sure that we don't have trenches in our parks where children are playing. I wanted to bring forth a couple of other issues my office is hoping we could resolve with the city manager's office. One is the ongoing conversations we've had with Seville Homes city manager. It was my understanding that our office was going to be included on those meetings. This is a neighborhood in the newer part of my district, east of Temperance Avenue, that has some folks that have moved in, but other folks have purchased their homes, but are not able to move in because for whatever reason the city authorized an odd order of operations where they didn't have to have the sewage lift pumps installed until later on, which I find odd. But have those meetings been taking place, city manager? And if so, I was just wondering why my office hasn't been included on those as was promised.
We've had discussions with the developer about just do what you promised to do when you said you were going to do the project. And so that's all the discussions we've had. And so what we've observed is that they are actively now closing McKinley. They've opened the entrance from Temperance on there. They're putting in the storm drain pipe. They're doing what they had committed to do when they agreed to do the project, and they're now trying to get. We haven't had much of a meeting other than here's the list of to-dos. We've agreed. We've adjusted ourselves to allow them, if they can just get the second water line connection in there, we'd be willing to open and have some discussions with them about adding more conditional certificates of occupancy. But it really just comes down to just do what you said you were going to do. We haven't done much other than just do what you said you were going to do.
And I acknowledge you've been very punctual about responding to some of those emails that have come through from constituents. As you can imagine, I'm getting more than the ones that, city manager's office has been CC'd on. And so I would just like to formally request that we could be a part of any of those meetings going forward so that when we get those calls and emails, that we don't have to wait for 2 or 3 days to get a meeting with the city manager's office or planning or whomever to be able to update our constituents as to what's going on. So
no, I appreciate that. And the number one criteria we need him to deliver is the second water line connection. So we'll get a meeting with you and your district to have a discussion on where are they on getting that done.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Another matter, city manager, is a couple months ago our office brought forward a resolution that was passed by the city council to allow for a lawn rebate program, which is to become effective in July. I have not received a response from DPU yet, but I would like to request that City Council receive a presentation on the updated application and online application process next Thursday so that we could have some time to review it, make modifications, and perhaps even receive an additional presentation on the Thursday after that before this program goes live in July. I've sent an email. I haven't gotten a response from DPU, but I just wanted to say I think that would be a good order of operations for the city council to provide feedback.
No, we agree. And so we're going to reach out to the council president. Right now, the way the process works is we work through the council president to the workshop scheduling. So we'll work with the council president to get that on the calendar.
Thank you. The last thing I wanted to address, I just want to be very frank with the folks watching from home. The fundamental way that the city council operates is not very effective. I have brought up this grievance before that we oftentimes receive, information for a Thursday council meeting, 5, 6 days before a council meeting. And I understand now that there's been an internal decision to not release any supplemental documents until those have all been reviewed by XYZ people. And I really am a council member that likes to pride himself on going over every single agenda item to the best of my ability. And just to be very honest, I feel like I'm not able to fully do my job when I'm not able to read all the supplemental documents until the last legal day to view those. And so for me to feel comfortable doing my job and know that I'm making the best decisions possible, and my council colleagues could agree or disagree with this, but I think one of three things has to happen. Either a resolution to where we have these documents more than a week in advance, whether that's 10 days, whether that's 2 weeks in advance, so that I have the time to review 60 agenda items where we're talking about millions of dollars in the city budget, capital improvement projects throughout the city of Fresno, or we pull the vast majority of things from the consent calendar and these meetings go on for 10 hours so we could get our questions answered. Or 3, they simply get continued until a later council meeting when we've had time to fully vet and get our questions answered. Because I'll be honest with you, it's not enough time to fully review all of the items. And I understand it's a fundamental issue. This is not necessarily administration's doing, but the situation that we're in makes it extremely difficult to properly review all of the material and the agenda with the amount of time that we're given. So I'm open to ideas or other comments from my council members, but personally, that's how I feel.
Yeah, let me address that, Councilmember Maxwell, because I think we're having an internal conversation about just that, and various different council members have different comfort levels as to how much time they spend on items. I'm going to be doing the rounds and circling with my colleagues and polling folks on just what their comfort level is. You threw out a couple of options out there, whether it's 10 days, whether it's 7 days or 2 weeks, and totally appreciate that. I think for me, you'll see that the more time we have, the better. We're discussing actually internally of maybe moving up the deadline on when documents get submitted and they're final for review, so that we're not getting draft forms that might or might not be complete, or maybe still have to do some legal vetting. But we're going to land on that, and your comments that you just mentioned, I heard them, and I'm going to be working with the administration on that, and working with my other colleagues as well to make sure that we give you and everybody enough time to digest. Because you're right. I mean, our agenda items are getting into the double digit, double A, double Z. It's just a lot of work, and I suspect that it's going to get a lot busier just because of the $250 million that we're going to be expending the next couple of months. So that's what's changed. That's what's different from the previous, where, I said this before, I think in the past we were arguing over crumbs. Now it's not crumbs. It's not just one pie, but various different number of pies. And so we're going to land on that. But I will actually commit to work with you and make sure that we can sit down and get enough time to digest all this information, and working with the administration as well.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate that.
That concludes your comments, Councilmember Maxwell?
It does.
Yeah. Councilmember Bredefeld? No comments? Are you sure? All right. Vice President Esparza?
No comments? I thought good times were back at City Hall.
I want to encourage Councilmember Butterfield to say something.
I'm egging him on. No. All right. Sounds good. So I've got a few comments. I will keep it very brief. The Beautify Fresno cleanup over in the Webster neighborhood last weekend was a wild success. Over 85 volunteers, almost 1,000 pounds of trash. I want to thank every neighborhood partnership who partnered with us, as well as all the volunteers who came out and made that happen. I want to thank the Fresno Fire Department for having me out with their dive team. They extended the invitation to myself last Friday in their search mission for the young lady who fell into the canal last week. During that time period, that 4-hour period that they searched, and the canal was at half capacity. Unfortunately, they did not find her, and she was found later on. But again, I do want to thank the fire department for just kind of showing me around, showing me what the operation entailed, and it's all the resources they put into that search effort. I want to thank the Chamber of Commerce, specifically their Government Outreach Council, for their invitation as well to come and meet and have just a candid conversation about public policy across the board here at City Hall. Despite my F rating from the Chamber of Commerce, and I do appreciate the individuals who are part of the chamber, as well as that outreach and just the ability to be able to have conversations about what's happening here in the building. So those are things that have happened here previously. So a couple of upcoming items. Tomorrow, we'll be hosting President Jimenez Sandoval of Fresno State here at City Hall. I know Fresno State is in District 4, and so the Councilmember Maxwell will be joining me. Just incredibly proud of the new president. He is a District 7 resident. I'm not sure if that will be the case anymore, probably moving over to the president's residence. But very excited to have him and host him and congratulate him in person tomorrow. Additionally, on Tuesday, June 15th, the mayor is coming virtually to District 7. So he'll be hosting a Meet the Mayor event from 5 to 7 p.m. Online this coming Tuesday, June 15th. I will pop in and say hi, but I do encourage District 7 residents to attend, ask the tough questions. It will not be the last time that you see him. I will make sure he pops into our District 7 town halls in the future as well, so that you were able to hear from your council member and the mayor, as well as ask questions and just give input and feedback. And that will complete my brief set of comments.
All right, thank you, Vice President Esparza. I just have two quick things, and I want to echo some of the sentiments that my colleague, Councilmember Soria, had. The firework issue has just completely, and it happens every year, you know, City Manager, we go through this cycle, and every year we say, hey, we're going to do something different next year, and maybe that's some PSAs, but I think it's what you mentioned earlier with regards to how do we deploy our fire department, our police department, and our code enforcement folks, and making sure that, you know, folks know, one, this is not right, it's not safe. There's a video last year of a palm in the backyard of my house that caught on fire that the media picked up on, and, you know, we talked about it afterwards and said, hey, we're going to be proactive, and I think right now we're at the point where we have time to actually do some of that proactive enforcement. But I mean, I monitored it last night just because I see a lot of that chatter on Nextdoor with, you know, the neighborhood that I live in, and it's not just the regular legal fireworks. These are like, you know, M80s and cherry bombs and things that are just not safe. And what I've noticed recently is that now they have the illegal fireworks that are actually going up in the air and, you know, exploding mid-sky. And so that's not something that we want to have. So I'm looking forward to working with you guys, with Councilmember Soria. And then the other part I wanted to bring up, the pool issue. I had a couple of calls from some parents, particularly at Mosqueda. I was out there the other day, and I noticed some kids came. We're still going through our cleaning process and getting everything ready. But I can tell you, City Manager, that from representing that area through the school board, I know that over 90% of the children that live in that area are below federal poverty level. I think we should just open up the pool for free for those kids, particularly on those days that it gets 100 and something. I know we've done that in the past, so I just wanted to, you know, put that on your radar and factor that into the conversation that we're about to have, because I think that would be very helpful for those neighborhoods, particularly because a lot of those kids don't have access to going to Wild Water Park or Adventure Park or some of the other, you know, amenities that we have. So with that, you know, I'm happy to schedule a meeting and maybe walk through some of that, what that would look like at Mosqueda. I know that I think our lifeguards are already coming on board that we hired for our pools and our amenities across the city. So with that, I will conclude my comments. I know that I think we have the mayor that wanted to say a few words. I think he's joining us via Zoom. Is that correct, Brianna? Is he queued up now? All right, Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Sorry, I've been tied up on a few issues, so I haven't got to monitor much of this. But I did get to tune in on council comments, and so I thought it was important to respond to a couple of things that were said earlier. Number one, on Eaton Plaza. That Eaton Plaza site was put forth as an alternative, similar to a park that was utilized in Merced, what's called the Bob Hart Park, where flag raising ceremony occurred. And I am not trying to rename Eaton Plaza. I respect the fact that the Eaton family donated that land and had no attempt, there's no attempt on my part to rename it. It was simply referred to as a Unity Park, just a place that people could come together in the park and celebrate. And so there's no desire on my part to rename it, contrary to what one of the council members said. And just as one of the council members has received a number of emails or contacts from constituents, I too have received quite a few on Eaton Plaza, but contrary to his, all the ones I received were very, very supportive, including some of the contacts that I've had out in the community. So I think we serve a very diverse constituency in Fresno, and perhaps my constituency is a little broader than one of the districts, and so that's why maybe I receive a little bit more of a balanced approach. So I continue to see Eaton Plaza as a way to complement ceremonies that occur at City Hall in terms of flag raising, and serving as an alternative site on some of the other occasions where maybe the flag won't be raised at City Hall but can be at Eaton Plaza. And so it is my hope to be able to bring forth a policy for that in the very near future that will outline that. And so anyway, I thought that was important, and enough said on the flag raising. Another comment I want to make, I think it's very important. I have the city manager sitting up there today representing the administration. And I find it ironic that since January, every council meeting has been filled with praise by council members from my administration and staff in terms of responsiveness. A breath of fresh air, staff's being very responsive, getting back to council members, doing the things that are being requested in a very timely fashion. Yet today, it seems that that tune has totally changed, and that praise has turned to widespread criticism on the part of some. And so I'm really having a hard time understanding in just 1 week's time how my staff has gone from being extremely responsive to unresponsive. And so there must be something else to it. And I look forward to having the conversations with some of you in terms of what that is. But I want to publicly praise my staff, each and every one of the directors, for their hard work, their dedication, my city manager, assistant city managers. All of them have worked tirelessly to meet the needs of this council, and will continue to meet the needs of this community. And so if you want to have those conversations individually or privately, be more than happy to do that. But I would appreciate the fact that from the dais, that there would be a balance that is praiseworthy of the efforts of our employees and our department directors, without turning this to all-out criticism, as I witnessed today. On a personal note, I personally attended the Webster Beautify Fresno event Saturday, as I attend nearly all of them. And we did have a great turnout. Thank you, Councilmember Esparza, for mentioning that, as well as the food distribution that occurred adjacent to Webster, or at Webster on the other side of the campus. I attended that as well. And it was a great event, and people coming together to do what's important to those neighborhoods, and that is beautifying them and restoring pride. And I'll continue to do that. This week we have another event that's going to occur, what's referred to as the Next Star Founder Day at Chichansey Park. We'll be meeting out there at 9 a.m. doing another cleanup, and then after that I'll be transitioning to Camp Fresno as part of a secondary cleanup that we're having with Beautify Fresno that's occurring on Friday and Saturday. And then the last thing, this last week, we launched something extremely positive. And we've received a lot of compliments from the community by launching the One Fresno Foundation to support the initiatives we put forth, but mainly youth leadership. And the amount of support has been overwhelming. The number of people stepping forward to support Camp Fresno and sending our disadvantaged youth there this summer is exciting. And I hope that we can collectively come together as a council and an administration and focus on those things that are most important to our community, beginning with our youth. And so I hope all of you will support Camp Fresno and get behind this effort, because we're going to change lives for many, many years to come. And that's all the comments I wanted to make. Thank you, Council President.
Council President, I'm going to chime in just to respond to the mayor. Mayor, so I think the criticism you heard today from the council is it's not to say that the administration is not doing a good job. It's not to say that it's not a breath of fresh air to have that responsiveness as a whole. I think you heard very specific type of issues that were raised. And so I would say there's nothing else to it. I joked about good times being back at Fresno City Hall in terms of some of the contentious issues and sort of back and forth. But today, I guess there was a bit of a chastising. Certainly not the first that's happened in this chamber, and it will not be the last. So I think it's just sort of the ebbs and the flows. I would not read too deep into that. Overall, the administration has improved, overall largely, but there's always going to be room for more improvement and wanting to see more to deliver for our constituents.
Thank you, Councilmember Esparza. I do appreciate that. I mean that. Thank you.
Council President, if I may.
Councilmember Arias.
I just want to also tell the mayor that, for the record, I was extremely nice to the city manager today and gave him compliments. But at the same time, I have broken splash parks, broken park structures. I have swimming pools that are not open. So it's a little frustrating that we have time to redirect our city employees to go put up poles and bypass the broken restrooms on Ian Plaza, bypass the broken EV stations, but somehow they have time to prioritize, cement work for flagpoles. So it's, I recognize that we all have different constituencies, but I find it extremely frustrating when folks from other parts of the city continue to find a solution to a citywide problem, a solution in my district, without communicating with my constituents, my stakeholders, and with my office. So I will continue to praise you, Mayor, and the city staff when they deserve it and they've done good work, and they have. But we will also be critical and point out that before we start investing millions of dollars in Camp Fresno, we should fix the pools, the splash parks, and the play structures in the urban part of the city, because that's where kids are living every single day, and they deserve to have something fixed. And I know through conversations that you're working on figuring out the Parks Department, but it's fair for us to say, before you go create a whole nother body of work that requires millions of dollars of city funds, let's fix what's in front of us. So I appreciate the conversation, Mayor, and I appreciate your comments. And as you know, we both spent a lot of hours trying to remove multiple projects, and I'm confident that we'll continue to do that.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor, for your comments. Regardless of what disagreements council members have with the mayor or themselves, amongst ourselves, our staff is doing a great job, and I want to acknowledge that publicly. It's not an easy job. I know you deal with, a number of personalities. Some of us have more than one sometimes, and it gets a little tricky, myself included. But I do want to publicly thank you guys for the work that you're doing, and we're going to need you because we have a lot of expenditures that we're going to take care of. As was pointed out earlier, our agendas are getting quite heavy, and it's a good sign because all that to me tells me, you know, having been here 10 years, that it's getting busy, and when we get busy, we serve our constituents, and they see the progress happening in our communities, and we're going to need you to drink a lot more coffee, and stay awake longer. And, you know, the team that the mayor has here has been here before. They're not, you know, rookies. They're kind of the elite expendables team, so to speak. But I just wanted to say that for the record, you guys have been very helpful, and we thank you for the work that you're doing. All right. With that, City Manager, did you have some reports?
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, City Council. Just a few quick things. On El Dorado Park, Councilmember Maxwell, we did some research on that. It was interesting how that process played out, so we look forward to working with you to unwind that and get that adjusted over there. So appreciate you bringing it to our attention.
Thank you, Tommy.
On the splash pads, we have had some discussions about the splash pads in general. You know, and so one of the things we're seeing is that the pumps are failing, the control panels are failing, and we had, on the call, we were talking, you know, we had Mike Carbajal from DPU. So if you think about Carbajal and DPU, he runs pumps 365, 24/7. He runs control panels so it's a specification issue is what we got to deal with. We've got to specify the pumps and the control panels to be more industrial type as opposed to, I'm not sure what kind we're buying, but that's just a specification issue. And in changing the specification, just be advised that it's going to be more expensive because you're buying more robust panels, more robust equipment. But at the end of the day, that's probably less expensive than having to shut it down, get people back out there, replacement parts. So it's a specification issue. We're working with DPW and Parks on to look into so that they're available, just like our pumps and control panels at DPU. They pump stuff all day long and they run all the time. So we'll fix that. The other one was on the Councilmember Arias, on the request for the district capital project. We'd received others. So this morning we sent out a memo. It's about $315 million of capital projects between Public Works and DPW next year only. And so there's a list there by district, how each one of you will get. And then Scott's got an additional list of projects that are related to his SB1 money. So it's more of the operational, where he's doing paving and sidewalks. So we've got everything in there right there. It's about $315 million we'll spend next year in total throughout the city, but investing in each of your districts. The other one was that we continue to have discussions about the return to office work, and you know, the Cal OSHA board keeps changing things on us, and so we're still working. I want to extend my appreciation to Greg Barfield, who's listening in on these long marathon Cal OSHA these sessions, trying to interpret, and the city attorney's office is also sitting on those calls. So there was a meeting last night of Cal OSHA. Based on that, we're going to see how we can adjust and get folks back to working in the office, first working virtually, and have a transition plan for the employees. So we'll work with you on that. The other one that I wanted to distinguish was that we're talking about emergency orders that were issued by the city manager's office, and then there are also emergency ordinances that were adopted by council. So I'm focusing right now on trying to isolate those emergency orders issued by the manager's office and how to adjust those, maybe rescind those, and then we'll have to have another discussion on the ordinances and how you guys might want to, you know, look at doing the ordinances. So there'll be two of those things we'll be looking at. And the final thing I'll share is that we had our first meeting of the Parks Commission on Monday. Great meeting. I feel for those people. Yeoman's work, but it was their second meeting of the group, and the way the ordinance is written is that the administration shall allocate the money, and the Parks Commission shall consider the budget, and then make recommendations to the council. So unfortunately, it was their second meeting, so we tried to take them through the $50 million budget for parks in about an hour and a half, 2 hours, which was challenging. I mean, for anybody that would have been challenging. So they've given us some recommendations. We'll present those to you on Monday at the parks hearing budget, and then they'll be listening in, and then they have another meeting scheduled for the following Monday. I think it's going to be June 21st, and then based on their current thinking, they'll hear the discussion on the parks budget the questions you guys will ask, and on the 21st. They'll have another meeting, and they'll make some other recommendations to you guys regarding what they think on the park. But for them to, you know, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? We gave them the whole elephant and said, here it is. And so I felt bad for them, but they did a great job of listening and working through it, so it was great. There is one final thing. We did, based on council comments from the May 27th meeting, we were able to get a memo out regarding the additional data on ShotSpotter. So I appreciate you guys asking the questions and us being able to get that out to you. So that's available as well. Thank you very much, Council President.
Thank you, City Manager. All right, now we will move on to consent calendar and unscheduled communication. We're going to take public comment on consent items, unscheduled communication, and closed session. Brianna, do we have some folks queued up?
Yes, we do. Kimberly McCoy, you're first.
All right, Ms. McCoy, you have 3 minutes.
30 minutes? Wow.
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Oh.
Ms. McCoy. Nice
I was
try.
like, wow, 30 minutes? I got a lot to say. No. No, thank you for allowing me to make comments. I just want to thank Councilmember Soria for raising the concerns that I have about the swimming lessons. From my understanding, Fresno Unified School District pools are not open because the city failed to hire lifeguards. So now we have private companies that are taking over the pools and charging $80 per lesson, which is cost burden to low-income families. As chair of the Parks, Recreation, and Arts Commission, I am disappointed in the city's failure to adequately invest in parks and recreation for our community. There needs to be more investment in youth services. The city cannot just depend on funds collected from Measure P. There has to be investment from this council. And there is a requirement that the city continue to allocate enough funds from the general fund. Measure P is to supplement, not to supplant. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCoy. Next up, Brianna. What do we have?
Randy Villegas.
Ms. Brandy News Villegas.
Hello, sorry about that. Are you guys still there? Sorry, I had to. I just really quickly wanted to thank you guys so much for for the Pride Proclamation and the flag. I have a lot of loved ones and neighbors and the community that this is and in the LGBTQI community, and I'm grateful. I also want to say, as you're considering Valley Inn and the Sands, that we have a lot of people who are not part of Project Off-Ramps, that aren't on the highways, that are unsheltered in our community, that have been needing shelter and having a hard time finding it, and I'm still calling and not being able to find room. So I ask that rooms be made available for those who are not, that these new motels are not completely taken by Project Off-Ramps, that a significant amount are given for those not in there. And I would like to give the rest of my time to Des Martinez.
Does that conclude your comments, Ms. Villegas? What do we have next, Brianna?
Hello? Am I on?
Next is Des Martinez.
Yeah, Martinez. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, President Chavez. A Mel Street family member came to my safe camp last year with mental illness. During his stay, his mental illness got worse. He was always talking about hurting people, especially women, stating that the voices in his head were telling him to do it. We, the camp residents, spent months talking him out of hurting individuals and trying to help him cope with the voices in his head. He even sometimes grabbed weapons, sticks, or metal pipes laying around and headed towards the gate. Several times we had chased him down and asked him what he's doing, and he stated the voices in his head were telling him to hurt the people on the outside of the fence. You see, he has frontal lobe damage from a car accident. A semi-truck hit him. Took years to relearn everything, even his name. Years of pain meds led to self-medication, and this led to his homelessness. During his time at the Safe Camp, I did reach out to resources for help. They came and offered help. They even set up counseling for him at the Safe Camp. Around this time, the motel started opening up, and I was able to get him into a room. I sent him there because I felt he would get better help, since the city said that they would have resources at these motel shelters. Well, he got lost in the system. When he got there, his counselor did see him, but soon the communication stopped. This man had never been in a fight in his life, and the first fight he got into was at the shelter at Days Inn. I know it's because of his actions and what he says, but again, he has frontal lobe damage. The frontal lobe is responsible for higher cognitive functions such as memory, emotions, impulse control, problem solving, social interaction, and motor functions. Damage to the neurons or tissue of the frontal lobe can lead to personality changes, difficulty concentrating or planning, and impulsivity. After 3 fights at the shelter, they kicked him out back to the streets. He never had a case manager there to help him assist him into permanent housing. He didn't receive the proper care he needed for himself. He came back to camp and asked to come back in. I accepted him, but after one day, his way of thinking had gotten so much worse than when he left my camp prior. His actions had him exited from the camp. I knew his condition, but could not allow his actions to disrupt or harm the residents. Without me having staff, security, or resources, I could not help him like the way I wanted to. He only trusted 2 people at the camp, and both of us could not be there 24/7 to help him. I knew he needed extensive therapy and medication, and also a support system he can call when the voices in his head told him to hurt people. He then went to H Street, outside the camp. People started talking about beating up a new guy. When I found out who it was they were talking about, I was worried about him. I asked somebody to take him out of the area because nobody down there knew him, and they would definitely hurt him in that area. Well, 5 days ago it happened. He was beaten bad by 8 men on H Street and put into the hospital. This should have never happened. Where are the resources for people like him? Why wouldn't the shelters pursue mental health services when they have individuals like him inside their shelter? What if he was killed or brain dead due to this beating? I always felt our city ignored the most vulnerable people, and that is the homeless individuals. But after all these years out here, I see the most forgotten vulnerable individuals are the mentally ill.
Thank you,
Plus,
Ms.
when is City
Martinez.
Hall going to open up so the street family members can come in and speak for themselves? They don't have access like we do. Do I still have Brandy's time?
No, can you wrap up, Ms. Martinez? You've gone over the 3
Okay.
limit.
But I got Brandy's time.
No, you got 3 minutes. I gave you full 3 minutes. Go ahead and wrap up.
Okay. The warehouse on H Street that was burned last week has had homeless residents in there for a year. Recently, I was told the owner had showed up and told people to leave. At one point, there was a good 40 to 50 people there. My question is, why did the owner not contact the city and ask for help to offer shelter beds to these individuals? They have been living there for a year. When the individuals are caught for starting the fire, they will be held accountable. But when do these owners get held accountable? The owner had to have known that these homeless individuals were living there for a year. The owner should not be allowed to leave a building abandoned, especially in an area surrounded by homelessness. There are laws for this kind of situation. He is responsible. If the city has made changes in this area and we are now to hold owners responsible, then I say that we start with this owner.
Thank you,
We need
Ms.
these
Martinez.
people to understand that they need to be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Brianna.
Ivanka Sanders.
Ms. Saunders, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Ivanka Saunders, Policy Advocate with Leadership Council. Thank you for pausing to review item on the agenda 1L. For the record, we oppose any actions of approval for the Central Avenue Improvements Project, including the finding of categorical exemptions pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, the interfund loan agreement of $1.8 million, and the award of the construction contract. We have submitted for your review a comment letter explaining in detail why we urge you to deny this project. The city failed to consult South Central Fresno residents regarding the project, continuing a long legacy of excluding South Fresno residents from land use and investment decisions, which will directly impact their quality of life. Approval of the project would exacerbate already severe environmental burdens on South Central Fresno residents, disregarding ongoing planning processes, and conflict with the South Fresno Community Alliance settlement. The settlement agreement entered into between the city and South Fresno Alliance in March 2021 requires the city to consider alternate truck routes with adequate roadway infrastructure to accommodate additional traffic, including considering redirecting truck routes away from East Central Avenue. This project reflects bad faith by the city with respect to its commitment to implementing this agreement, which aims to mitigate the impacts of the Amazon warehouse expansion due to the city's failure to do so through project-level environmental review pursuant to CEQA. By approving nearly a $2 million investment in widening Central Avenue while truck rerouting study is ongoing, the city would entrench existing truck routes along Central Avenue and undermine the integrity of its own planning process. Furthermore, the city's use of CEQA guidelines, class 1, 2, and 4, exemptions evades environmental review of the project and blatantly violate CEQA, leaving South Central Fresno residents vulnerable to further environmental degradation as a result of this project, and conflicts with fair housing and civil rights laws. CEQA is designed to provide long-term protection to the environment. It specifies very narrow categorical exemptions from the statute for certain minor projects that do not have a significant effect on the environment. This project is not a minor alteration that negligibly changes Central Avenue. It is also not a replacement or reconstruction of existing structures and facilities, nor is it a minor public or private alteration. This project involves a significantly expanding Central Avenue, which will substantially increase heavy truck traffic and other vehicular impacts on the surrounding community. The city must not approve this project as proposed. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, Rihanna.
Terry.
Terry, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Terry Hirschfield. I'm the superintendent of Orange Center School District here in Fresno. And I wanted to speak to the item on the agenda that I understand has been pulled for further meetings possibly. The reason that I am requesting for you to deny any approval of these actions is that, the city has failed to consult with the school district and the South Central Fresno residents in this specific project. The reason that we have not been given any notice of this, and we have requested repeatedly of the city to communicate with us and to have an open road of communication so that we can plan together, work together in these types of projects. However, we have not been receiving those notifications as of, we want to be partners at the table, we want to be good neighbors, and we want to be able to work with the city to put our opinion into these projects. Also, we are working, the decision, if this decision is made, of course, as Ivanka has also said, that the traffic will be increasing. And the community members in this area have made it very clear that that is not what they want. We have been working together. We have been having meetings, letting the city know what the community members want, and that is clearly against what the area residents are wanting for this area. I believe that the city council must not adopt the actions and must actually cease all of the area or pause all of the plans that you have going at this moment, because the environmental plan has not been completed. We need to have an updated plan with traffic patterns investigated, as well as environmental impacts as it pertains to air pollution, noise pollution, light pollution, and that is not completed, so it's very premature for any of these projects to be approved and continued. So we're just very concerned about our work environment for the employees that work at Orange Center. We're very concerned about our students' living environment, and we want to work with the city to voice those concerns when these projects come up, and we want to be notified so that we can come to the table. Fortunately, this is something that we're having a really difficult time getting this information from the city, and we'd really like to partner with you and have a good relationship so that we can work together on this. But at this time, the infrastructure isn't there to continue with these projects, and people's lives are at stake, people's health is at stake, and we would like respectfully for the council members to know this and to take that into consideration when making any of these decisions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Superintendent Terry. Next speaker, Brianna.
Robert McCloskey.
Mr. Robert, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to bring up a few things related to some recent reports, and I think it's great that you are complying with the Brown Act on these motel acquisitions. But this recent media report we see of the people being moved off city property to be shuffled onto county property and then being moved off to county property and winding up, we don't know where, maybe on 8th Street, which is becoming very more crowded. So we have a situation here that, you know, the grand jury report did say that the lack of a robust coordination between the city and county was one of the major problems. The HART team seems to be doing the same old tactics, which is moving people without having a room for them. The same tactics as the homeless task force. This is not good. In terms of the vaccination, we know most of the unhoused are not vaccinated. And we, of course, know about the Boise, Idaho Supreme Court decision that prohibits a city or county government from simply removing people from an encampment when there is no shelter beds available, and we all know there are not. I mean, in the press conference related to this issue of county and city shuffling around, everybody's admitting there's no place for people to go. Either rent some rooms for them, and of course the mayor's saying there is funding available. Now, what is going on here? You know, we have to make an effort to use some of this funding to get rooms available if there's no immediate motels being renovated, and we know that takes time. Looking at tiny homes, setting up tiny home encampments on safe properties with showers and amenities. These are the kind of things we have to look at, and safe camps if it becomes necessary. Other cities are doing this. Other cities are taking a better approach. Fresno can do better. We can be an example to California.
Oh, I think we lost Mr. McCloskey. His last 30 seconds. Let's go to Ms. Sandra Celadon. Brianna.
Good morning, Council. Sandra Celadon with Fresno Building Healthy Communities. There's a couple of things that I won't belabor. I'll just say that I absolutely echo Ms. Saunders' comments on really ensuring equity at the forefront in South Fresno. I think that the city of Fresno continues to perpetuate a grave injustice by continuing to cite heavy industrial uses in South Fresno without adequately engaging and, more importantly, listening to community. So I want to just echo the comments that were made about requesting that the city pause and take the community's priorities into consideration before moving forward. I also want to mention a couple of things. One, there was a conversation earlier or a comment made about the Parks Commission and the expenditure plan. And while absolutely it is written in Measure P that that expenditure plan is initiated by the mayor and then reviewed and semi-finalized by the Parks Commission before going to council, who ultimately approves that expenditure plan, there is a missing step, and that is an equity plan. There is very strict language about ensuring that neighborhoods that need park investment the most, both in terms of maintenance and new park space, are prioritized in expenditure plan. And I'm really concerned that what I've witnessed so far, it's really comes off as folks viewing Measure P as a honeypot. And it's really about advancing equity, specifically in park space and park quality in our city. So I want to make sure that the council is aware that the city still needs to go through a public process to identify and prioritize the highest need neighborhoods to inform the annual expenditure plans, and that highest need plan and strategic approach needs to happen at least every 3 years. So I want to make sure that happens along with the cultural arts plan before any of the Measure P dollars can get spent. The other piece that, in alignment with fiscal responsibility is I saw on the agenda today that there was an item about approving $2 million for ShotSpotter. And again, I think that this goes is contrary to the work of the Fresno Police Commission and the implementation team, which calls for strategic investments from our police department to ensure that we receive positive outcomes in our community that truly create safety. ShotSpotter, there's plenty of research now that shows that it's actually not a technology worth investing. It doesn't actually help solve crimes. It simply alerts that something already happened. And so again, the goal of the city, as it has been stated in the past, has been for prevention. And so I think that it's not fiscally responsible to continue to spend $2 million on a technology that is not benefiting community members in Fresno. And then I'll close out by saying that I also echo Councilmember Maxwell's comments earlier about the agenda being readily available a little bit earlier along with agenda items. It's really challenging for community to stay engaged if community members do not have enough and adequate time to review what the city's proposing. And it goes against, again, the concept of transparency and accountability and democracy. So I really just want to echo those comments as well. As always, I'd like to make myself available along with Fresno Building Healthy Communities to help and contribute to the city's success in any way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Celedon. Scott Miller is up next. Scott, you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just wanted to briefly comment on item number 1NN. Just to thank the council and the subcommittee for considering expansion. We believe here at the Chamber of Commerce that every dollar that we can shift to the legitimate market is a dollar taken away from the black market, and that it will absolutely benefit the city. And we just really appreciate the Chamber's consideration of these applicants. And I think we'll all agree there are some tremendous applicants in that pool who will be good neighbors. And again, just thank you for your position on that. And I'd like to thank Councilman Esparza specifically for coming to meet with our GOC. And I'm very confident that the relationship between the Chamber and the Council is certainly looking very good now and in the future. So that concludes my comments, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Ms. Grecia Elenes. Ms. Elenes, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Council. My name is Grecia Elenes. I'm with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I first want to echo Ms. McCoy's comments regarding the accessibility to swimming lessons. This is a critical skill, really, that we should all have access to. And as well as, I think you mentioned this, Council President Chavez, making the pools accessible during especially the hot summer months. Many of the communities that we work with here in South Fresno do not have access to their own private pool or do not have access to, going to the Island Water Park or Wild Waters during to beat the heat. So, I think it's critical and the city, especially in this upcoming budget cycle, should really consider how do we make these programs and these resources accessible to all communities, and making sure that these skills are life-saving skills that can prevent future fatalities. Additionally, I would like to also make a comment regarding calendar item 1D, the local early action planning support grant funding. This is being appropriated today to accelerate housing production in the city of Fresno, and where staff will be allocating LEAP funding to housing element updates. And we're hoping that this is also being funded to the program 10A, which is dedicated to the mobile home parks preservation. Here, the city is legally required to comply with their housing element and thus conduct a mobile home park needs assessment study. Currently Fresno is making waves as one of the hottest rental markets in the nation. In addition to that, several parks here are not providing a safe and quality space for these communities to thrive. Just last week, we received notice in a mobile home park in District 3 where their septic system was backing up into people's yards. And this is a mobile home park that's in the city limits, however, is currently on its own septic system and its own private well. And these issues occur regularly there. Additionally, you know, just a few months ago, there was an unfortunate fatality in the District 6, District 2 area because of a fire that could have been prevented if the city had known of these conditions. As you can see, this isn't a single district issue, as all your districts have mobile home parks, and you should all thus be championing this relatively small location to begin this assessment, which must lead to implementable corrective actions to ensure that we preserve this, you know, source of affordable housing. Thank you.
All right, our last speaker will be Ms. Lisa Flores. Ms. Flores, you'll have 3 minutes.
Boy, do I have a lot to say today. First off, I want to publicly thank Ms. Soria for her longstanding commitment to the LGBT community, because back in 2017, I worked with Trans Emotion to get them a proclamation for Trans Day of Visibility, and her office, along with Gilbert Felix, were very helpful in doing that. And, you know, it's, as a long-term ally, I've been an ally for 46 years, you know, I see the people who are on the right side of history. And I'm glad, Mayor Dyer, that you looked, you examined, and you changed your mind and understood that this was a civil rights issue. I appreciate that. And to the other two council members that are sitting on the fence, come on over to the right side of, you know, history. It's about civil rights. The second thing I want to talk about is fireworks. You know, in the Tower District, they go on all year long. And the one thing that I'm really concerned about is the mortars. The mortars that aren't legally sold in California, that are coming in from Mexico, Nevada, wherever they're coming in, because they're like concussion grenades. And, you know, we hear in the Tower, we've gotten used to, and we can kind of tell, is it a drive-by or is it fireworks? And that's really sad when it's almost a daily evening thing, and we shouldn't have to live this way. So I would suggest you guys might want to think about canceling the sale of fireworks for a year, because if people can't, you know, do it responsibly, then we should just lose our privileges. And my last concern is the failure of the city to adequately implement land use. You have problems with Central Avenue right now, and violating CEQA, and also the truck reroute study that AB 617 is going to be pitching in money and working with the city on. It's not going to be finished till 2023. And how is that going to be coordinated with this rehab? You know, you can't, you know, Fresno has a history of environmental racism in the poorest of neighborhoods. They have a history of doing things and then asking for permission afterwards. You know, from the mayor, you need to look at the plans that are there before you put up flagpoles, before you change a name. You know, you guys have to look at what the plans are. You have to look at what the law is before you start implementing willy-nilly land use, because the long-term effects are going to cost you more money in the long run, and it's costing people's lives. And you need to start thinking about that.
Thank you, Ms. Flores.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our unscheduled communication for our consent and closed session items. Any other items that the council wishes to pull from consent? Vice President Esparza, I think you had one.
Yeah, I'd like to pull 1MM for discussion.
All right, 1MM, we'll add that to the hopper.
M as in marathon, yes.
All right, with Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yeah, I want to register a no vote on 1NN as in Nancy.
All right.
A no vote.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Just register a no vote on 1NN as in Nancy.
All right, I got a couple calls from constituents on that item as well. I do have some concerns, and it's obvious that the applicants in my district did not bother reading the guidelines. So I'm gonna register a no vote on 1NN as well, City Clerk. All right, so with that into the record, do I have a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
So move. Sorry, I was distracted by Member Butterfield.
Second.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Arias, second by Vice President Esparza. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes. Now let's move on to our 15 consent items that got pulled from the agenda. And first up will be in alphabetical order, item 1D by Councilmember Maxwell.
Good morning. Who do we have on the call? Do we have Sophia on? Okay. Good morning, Sophia.
Good morning, Councilmember.
I apologize that I didn't get an opportunity to speak with you about this item beforehand. It really does sound like an awesome opportunity. I just wanted to learn a little bit more, Sophia. If you could just kind of give us a brief account on page 2 of the staff report. It lists the 5 different program components. If you could just kind of explain a little bit about what each of those is, what the timeline looks like, and if any of those have already begun, and if so, where they're at in the timeline, Sophia. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Councilmember. Just big picture, the LEAP grant is a grant for planning projects that will support higher housing production. So that's the purpose of the overall grant. There are 5 components to it. The first one is an update of our housing element. That is due to kick off with an RFP this winter and will conclude in the fall of 2023. We have not yet selected the consultant for that. The second item is one that you've probably heard about. It's for establishment of an affordable housing trust fund. And that is a staff project, no consultant for that project. And work is underway right now and will soon be presented to the council for further consideration. The next project is a Catalyst housing site project for which vacant housing element sites will be identified that are apt for development. Infrastructure studies will be conducted, and then those sites will be marketed and made available for redevelopment, essentially. So it's to catalyze more housing development on vacant sites. The fourth component of the program is developer training for small housing projects. And that is not underway at this time, but it will kick off shortly. That is a small $16,000 budget component. And then finally, we have the accessory dwelling unit component of the program, which includes creating 7 standard ADU plans and outreach and marketing so that more developers and property owners know how to develop accessory dwelling units and have access to basically public domain plans that they can use. So that's kind of an overview. Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Sophia. That did help clarify a few of the questions I had. Could you be a little more specific on, these 5 studies, updates, recommendations, what the timeline looks like to have all 5 of those completed? And relatedly, will this result in 5 separate reports, or is this going to be one sort of master report based off of the findings of these 5 program components, Sophia?
We could probably do both. They are on slightly separate timelines. Each one is kind of a discrete project. As I mentioned, the housing element update is due to be complete in the fall of 2023. The Catalyst housing project is also due to be complete at that time. And really all of those projects, that's when we're aiming to have them finished, but some of them are, smaller in scope and may be completed prior to that. Is there a particular component that you'd like to have more details on?
I was just asking generally, Sophia, for reports on the findings of each of these. I mean, these are all just really fascinating to me, and I think something our city really needs to, research more on, which is we're really happy to see this item come forward. I was just wondering if we were going to get it piecemealed, Sophia, or if it was going to come as one bulk item once each of those segments had been completed. But it sounds like there's a way where we'll ultimately do a hybrid model where you could update us on each of those components individually and assemble a master report after the fifth and final component has been completed. Is that correct?
We'd be happy to do that. Yes.
I appreciate that. I have no further questions. If any of my council colleagues does.
Council President, I have a question.
Yes, Councilmember Arias.
Sophia, specifically on item 4, can you explain that to us in layman's terms, what it means to be the catalyst housing accessory dwelling unit?
You're talking about the catalyst housing sites?
Yes.
Yes. So the idea of that program is to identify with, an inventory potential housing sites that are currently vacant. And those would be, either owned by the city or mostly probably by private entities, and do needed infrastructure studies and other pre-development work to, help support development of housing on those sites. And so, an example could be, say, the IRS facility, looking at that and having it, studied and planned for. Again, these are planning dollars, they're not construction dollars.
Correct. And Sophia, given that they're planning dollars, have you guys yet identified what specific parcels and what areas you're going to study?
We are in the process of doing that right now. We did not pre-identify that as part of the grant application.
When you identify those parcels, is that a council decision or a planning department decision? In other words, do I have to today advocate for you to study, the old IRS facility or a particular, plot of land, or is that something that you're going to make recommendations for the council to consider and identify other areas of opportunities?
Well, I would say that the grant itself, that component would look at actually identifying those sites, and there would be no legal requirement to come back to council to obtain approval for that in terms of legally, but we would normally rely on our consultant and staff to do that work. However, if there was a check-in needed.
Thank you. I'm just thinking out loud that we all have empty parcels in our districts, and if there's a process or a method for us to bring those to your attention, because I know outside consultants don't know Fresno very well, and we know what properties either are commercial or vacant that would have potential for infill development for housing. So if you can just check in with our office when you start that process so we can bring those to your attention, that would be sufficient for me. And then on item 3, the CEQA overlay for high opportunity sites, have you guys identified what high opportunity sites you're going to assess?
Councilmember Arias, that particular component, we were able to fund with other sources. So in the interim, when this staff report was submitted, the state just approved a change to our scope, which is the small development training. So that piece has been funded by other sources.
Okay.
And instead we have this small development training.
Perfect. And if you can just give our office an update on what high opportunity areas the city's assessing for potential housing or affordable housing, that would be great. I know we've had conversations last year about high opportunity neighborhoods for affordable housing, but I don't recall us, being briefed since about a year ago. With that, thank you for the time.
Councilwoman Soria?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Council President. Just very quick, Sophia, thank you for the information that you've provided. Just kind of to piggyback on the comments on the infill sites for ADUs, I'm very interested in this issue. I think what I'd like to recommend, and I know that you guys, as you mentioned, are working with the consultant and staff on picking out sites. I would really encourage you, I don't know if coming before the entire council or maybe a committee of the council members that are interested in this issue ahead of time. I know that I think, still the vice chair of RDA along with council member Arias, and RDA owns several vacant lots. So I don't know if you guys ever have considered those as potential areas. I'd also like to see what other parcels the city owns, because I know that we own various land. And are you guys going to go through that list of parcels that the city owns to, I guess, plan for these types of infill sites?
Those would definitely be included, yes.
The RDA as well?
I don't see why not. I think the successor agency properties.
Okay, I just want to make sure that those are on our radar. But before, again, you guys just present what you present, that you do include at least the folks that are interested in this issue, just because I feel like I know my district best since I'm on the ground in the neighborhood, and I think that would be valuable and help us and not, at the back end waste time. So those are all my comments. I'm glad to see that, this trust fund issue is finally seeming to come to somewhat of fruition. I'm hoping that this council and the mayor will support truly investing dollars through this budget process in a fund, given the fact that we're in a housing crisis. Thank you.
Make a motion to
All right.
approve. I'll second that.
All right, motion made by Vice President Esparza, seconded by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes. Next up is item 1E by Councilmember Maxwell. Who do we have on staff to answer questions? City Manager? Okay.
That's me again.
We have Sophia.
Sophia as well?
It'll be Sophia.
Yes.
I'm addressing Sophia, is that correct? Yes. Sophia, I think this is probably a quick answer. The Measure C grant money that was set aside for this, could we potentially use that for another project? And the only reason I ask is because we are in the middle of putting together an enhanced infrastructure financing district, which might also be able to incur the cost of a project like this. And I was just curious if this Measure C grant funding could potentially be used for something else.
I do not have the answer to that, council member. I apologize.
City Manager?
Yeah, so there's certain allocations of Measure C that go to transit, capital, roads. So I need to.
I have Scott Mosier who punched up.
Perfect. Yes, absolutely. Scott would know how the allocations go.
Go ahead, Scott.
Oh, good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. I can share that this was a competitive grant application approved by the City Council for Measure C TOD funding. That was awarded by the COG Board and then the Fresno County Transportation Authority. So if the city did not move forward with this TOD grant funded work, then that would go back to COG and the FCTA. And essentially the rules of the program, the competitive grant program, are that those dollars would then go back in the pot and would be eligible for all cities in the county to compete for those funds on a new application.
So are you saying, Director Mosier, that this is not indeed a block grant, but specific for this individual project, correct?
That, council member, that is correct. It's typically, depending upon revenue, there's a formula amount that's eligible for TOD grants. Typically ranges about $800,000 to $900,000 per year. So it is not a block grant to the city. but rather it was a competitive grant award.
I appreciate that. Could you maybe explain to me and the rest of the council what will administration do with this information? Will this result in some sort of policy recommendations to the council to adopt after the study? And if so, what are some examples of types of policies that are usually recommended as a result of these kinds
Scott,
of
let me chime in because I was waiting to have staff give the technical stuff, but I'll give my colleague a little bit of historical context. So this grant was actually started, God, I want to say about 4 years, Councilmember Maxwell. Organizations like Subseda have been working on the corridor. About 3.5, 4 years ago, they did what was called a display of what this could look like. So, for example, doing some, Kings Canyon Ventura corridor, since we have the BRT there now, some coffee shops, additional protected bike lanes, some additional more walkability features for the corridor. There was even some discussions, and I think this plan will address that, where maybe you take Kings Canyon Ventura to a one lane in some areas and do some parallel parking. So it was a combination of how do you make this corridor more pedestrian friendly, right? The transit-oriented development approach that has been included in the general plan. And so this really was probably, I want to say, about 4 or 5 years work process for those organizations, for the city. We did try to apply a couple of years ago, but money was obviously, limited, and they were not successful. And so this is kind of that continuation of the work that's been happening on that corridor and complementing what we want to do there with high-density housing. Some of the projects that were referenced as examples were on 8th and Ventura. That's now obviously an empty lot, but they were slated to build about 145 high-density units, and they wanted to incorporate how do you make that more walkable to the businesses there and facilitate that commerce and amenities that we want on those corridors. So I hope that kind of gives you a little bit of historical context of this work.
Thank you. So is my understanding correct in that the end result is to present council with a package of policy recommendations, whether like you mentioned that's a road diet, adding a protected bike lane, infill development?
Yeah, that's the goal, to have it really a strategic plan for that corridor that, in all honesty, will probably take about 10, 15 years to materialize. And obviously we have to start somewhere, but that's really the intent, to come up with a blueprint, so to speak, on what this could look like, and then obviously move from there. And the plan was always to leverage state, federal grants and really pool that money in that area.
That sounds like a great thing for Kings Canyon. I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, I'll make that second. Council Member Maxwell made the motion. I'll second it. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Next item will be item 1F, and that was pulled by Councilwoman Soria. Councilwoman Soria, 1F. No? Oh, you pulled double F. I'm sorry. Okay, so then let's go on to item 1O, and that was by Councilmember Maxwell.
Hello again. I was just hoping to get a general timeline for this segment in addition to segment 4. I do see item 1R is on the agenda for the design of, I think it's segment 3. And so I want to know, was the contract already put out for segment 4? I know we're looking to award the construction contract for segment 5. So I guess my two questions are, what is the timeline for segment 5? And have we already put out a design contract for segment 4? Because I do see segment 3 on the agenda, was on the consent agenda today as well.
Morning, Councilmember Maxwell.
Good morning.
Did we lose?
I believe
our
you're
staff?
muted.
Jesus, you muted yourself.
So you're looking for a schedule update, Councilmember Maxwell?
So I have several requests here. City Manager, one was what the current schedule is looking like. The current schedule is looking like for segment 5. Where segment 4 is in all of this, whether a planning contract has already been awarded.
Wanted to know exactly what the purview of this area becomes after we've developed it. Does it go under the Parks Department? Is it under Public Works? And lastly, I think I've asked a few times for some general concepts or visualizations of what this is going to look like, and I haven't been able to receive any yet. I would just be really interested to see what this, 7-mile trail throughout central Fresno is going to look like.
Great. Jesus, do you have those prepared?
Yeah, I can start with segment 5, Councilmember Maxwell. So segment 5, as you see before you, is headed to construction if council approves the contract today, as we have recommended. Once we award the contract, they have up to 60 to 90 days to submit the documentation needed, and they will go to construction. Right now, we're anticipating that the early start of construction is sometime in August of 2021. From there, they have, I believe, 60 or 90 days to complete construction. The project takes place along Clovis Avenue from McKinley to Shield on the west side. So if you've ever gone to Airways Golf Course, usually around hole 14, you see a lot of empty parcels there. The trail would be parallel along that sidewalk there.
Gotcha. And as far as segment 4, can you kind of provide us with an update on what the status on that segment is?
Segment 4 right now, we're still working through design. We are discussing negotiations with the consultant, so we should have design completed sometime by the end of the year or early 2021, with the intent to go to construction in calendar year 2022. We have restarted looking at our schedule and rebaselining at this point, so once we have that rebaseline schedule completed, we would be glad to sit down with you in your office to go over those details.
So that design contract has been awarded already?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Thank you. One of the other questions I had is just who will be overseeing these trails? Does that fall under the Parks Department after we develop the trail and bike paths along it? Does that become a city parks asset?
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. Trails have been maintained by Public Works Department, Landscape Division, roughly the last about 15 years. Trails are they're funded both by new development and also by transportation funding sources. So all the trails are maintained by Public Works, along with things like landscape maintenance and parks, medians, buffers, and such.
I would be really interested. I don't know if you have something available in the queue for concept design for what these look like. I don't believe I've had an opportunity. I know the basics. There's going to be a bike trail, pedestrian trail, some shrubbery, benches. Do we have any sort of design concepts, Director Mosier, as to what this massive project will look like?
Absolutely. Council, we have design plans on all segments, and those do include, as you'd mentioned, those types of features. Tree planting, some shrubs, irrigation, the trail surfacing and such, and we're glad to share those concepts.
Yeah, I'd be very interested in taking a look at those. That was all my questions. I just wanted a little bit of a rough estimate on the timeline, which was provided begin August, 60 to 90 days, completion thereafter. So I appreciate that.
Want to make a motion, Councilmember Maxwell?
Make a motion to approve.
All right, I'll second that. Motion made by Councilmember Maxwell, seconded by myself. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. We will now move on to item 1Q, and that was pulled by Councilmember Maxwell.
On this item, thank you, Council President. On this item, I just wanted some clarification on the funding. So my understanding is that roughly $5 million has been set aside for this park. We will be paying for $1 million up front at the close of escrow. Around half of that $1 million will be reimbursed by the state. The other $1 million to be paid by the impact fees. So I wanted to make sure that my understanding on that was correct, number one. And number two, the additional $4.5 million set aside for that park, what will that be used for?
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. So yes, Councilmember Maxwell, that's an accurate recap. This is consistent with the development agreement previously approved by the council with all of these deal points. As far as the balance of the state funding, as noted in the report, roughly $5.5 million in TCC funding is specifically for this park. Just over 500,000 of that is for the land purchase. So the balance will be for the design and then the construction of the features in the TCC approved grant scope. And that is noted in the staff report in the background. Includes 100 trees, drought tolerant landscaping, walking path, irrigation. It does include a restroom, utility connections to the park. Of course, we need water, and also we need a sewer connection for that restroom, basic site furnishings, and then LED lighting in the park. That is not the complete build-out master plan concept of the park, so there, no doubt in future years there will be more work to be done, and the development agreement does speak to the city pursuing additional funding, grants, and so forth to eventually complete other amenities in the park.
Thank you, Director Mosier. Make a motion to approve.
I'll second that. Motion made by Councilmember Maxwell, seconded
Council
by
President.
myself. Oh, Councilmember Arias?
I do have a comment on 1Q, on the park in West Fresno. I do want to make sure for the record it's clear that the city is purchasing these acres, but approximately about 1 acre in this project scope will remain as private ownership of the development group, and that private property would be zoned for public use. And it is the intent of the development group to build a community center, which would be privately funded and operated. But I want to make sure it's clear. I don't want any misunderstanding in the future that the city is on the hook to build a publicly funded, community center in a privately owned property. But the additional acre in that area is zoned for public use only. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, you know what? I apologize. I'll withdraw my second. Do you want to make the second, Councilman Arias? I forgot it said District 3. I scribbled on it. All right. So motion made with Councilmember Maxwell, seconded by myself. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Let's go on to item 1T. And that was pulled by Councilmember Maxwell.
This is in regards...
T as in Tommy.
Yeah, T as in Tommy. This is in regards to construction of 1,300 linear feet of 16-inch diameter water main for North Fowler Avenue. My concern here is this is one of the newer parts of my district. This is an extremely new community right around the Belterra development along Fowler and Shields Avenue. It's one of the newer parts that's been developed in our city. So I'm just wondering what exactly went wrong that we are investing $500,000 to repair those water main lines. I just kind of want a better understanding of what exactly went wrong here. This is one of the newer parts of our community that's just been recently developed, and we're already going in and making some major readjustments and fixtures to the water lines out here.
Let me see. Brianna, you have...
Jesus Gonzalez.
Good morning, Council. Jesus Gonzalez, Public Utilities. With this particular, and I am sorry, let me start video. With this particular project, so in itself, it's not a main that was put in by the development. The main itself was a CIP project, a capital improvements project that is now 25 years old. So when the development came in, Belterra, they did not put in the infrastructure. There was no need to increase the capacity on that. So it's a 25-year-old infrastructure now, and because of issues that we've had that have come to light from Water Division in terms of having to go out there and make corrections, the need has come about to replace that segment. However, it is in no way tied to the development that you referenced, Councilmember.
Sure, I understand that. I guess my concern was I was under the understanding that this was a recent development, the water main. So I guess my question then is, why aren't we making the developers of these projects be the ones who go through and change these water mains around these developments? Why is that the city?
Well, with this particular one, it was a matter of it wasn't the need of the development didn't cause an increase in capacity to that water main. So therefore, there was no need to condition that upon the developer to do. They simply tied it into the existing main that was in place.
So, council member?
Yeah, go ahead. Tommy.
Yeah, and so about 3 years ago, the city adopted a water capacity fee that takes care of the major transmission and water supply elements for development projects. In this case, that would be how we've decided we would apply those water capacity fees. In this instance, though, we've got another combination. These 14-inch mains, it's been a history of problem in the city. We were involved in a lawsuit about this 14-inch water mains that are breaking all over the city, and we tried to get in there and recover some of the costs from the manufacturer, but we were unsuccessful in doing that. So we are now having to replace these. So the water capacity fee pays for water supply, major transmission, and in this case, in this project, we're applying those dollars for that. But this has the complicating factor of we've got these 14-inch water mains around the city that have just been wreaking havoc. There was one up by District 6 over on Beheimer that blew up not recently, and just lost all the pressure in North Fresno. So these 14-inch water mains are things we're trying to get a handle on and get corrected.
Should I expect more of these types of contracts for the East of Fowler portion of my district?
You know, we can do is, yeah, what
City
we can do
manager?
is we can do an assessment of what degree of 14-inch water mains we have. Because if you have a 14-inch water main, any of the districts have these 14-inch water mains, we're gonna get in there and have to replace them at some point. Some of them are replacing quicker, because Mr. Gonzalez said they're just breaking at a more frequent rate.
What is the timeline on something like that and the implications for those communities that are next to those main lines, Tommy?
Well, that's one of the reasons why we require 2 sources of water.
Sure.
Because we know we're going to have somebody, you know, a typical example would be driver knocks out a telephone pole, PG&E comes in to drill the new telephone pole, and they drill right into our water line. So now we're out of service and we got to shut it off. So we route the water around through another way. So, I mean, these things just kind of occur in our system right now.
I think it would be good to have that analysis, city manager, about that area east of Fowler where it might require that, because there's new developments going up seemingly every week east
Correct.
of Fowler in my district. And to me, it would make sense to have some of those developments also help carry that burden to make sure that we have the proper infrastructure in place to serve those families.
Yeah, which is the reason why we charged the water capacity fee, and we got sued on it because they didn't want to pay it, but we prevailed thanks to the city attorney's office, and we are collecting those dollars to do the major transmission and the water supply.
Thank you, Tommy and Jesus. That's the end of my remark.
Council President, I do have a couple of questions on this item. City Manager, can you explain to me, I have 100-year-old water mains that, you know, in my district that break all the time, and whenever new housing development is proposed in this area, we make the development pay for the upgrade of 7-inch pipes to 14-inch pipes. And we do it based on the fact that there is no fees anywhere within public utilities to proactively expand these water systems and capacity. How is it that we find money for a new growth area to replace water mains, but we, in the inner part of the city, we have to pass that on to the development?
So in the throughout the city, that's one of the things we changed when we went to the water capacity fee. That applies everywhere in the city. In the old days, it was you pay a fee in this part of the city, a different fee over here, no fees over here. So we said we got to get out of that system and charge fees everywhere. So in the city, in the infill development, like downtown where your area is, it's only half. They only charge half of the water capacity because the infrastructure's there. Now we're just incrementally, because demand is increased. So it's really a demand-driven charge that we make on these. So like the 14-inch that we're doing here would have accommodated the development, but since we were in there and it was failing, and it's that 14-inch. Anytime we can get after that 14-inch and get it done, we get it out. Downtown, we're going to be coming to you next year with a master plan to replace all the stuff downtown, and that'll be at the city's cost, because it is, like you said, it's 80 years old, 100 years old. It's reached its end of its useful life. It's on the city to go ahead and replace that.
Thank you for that. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Let's go on to item 1N as in Nancy. That was Councilwoman Soria. You pulled that item?
Yes, so I think this is Public Works. And my question is, so it's connected to this one, but I did see a couple of items that there were similar comments in the staff reports about the cost, the increased cost. And so when we're doing the engineering estimates, and I know COVID has cost increased in prices and in the bids, are we taking that into account now, like moving forward? I know that it seems like we figured out how to fully fund beyond the estimate that we had, but I'm just wondering, what is the plan moving forward? And when we are allocating, like through the budget process, the dollars, are we gonna make sure that we're accounting for these increases?
Good morning, Councilwoman Soria, members of the council, Assistant Director of Public Works. My name is Randall Morrison. We are taking the current costs that we are seeing coming in on these bids into account and trying to keep our engineers' estimates updated regularly and prior to going out to bid. So we are trying to keep up with the market. Some portions of the market are we're actually seeing cost reductions, or the costs aren't increasing drastically, but others, such as traffic signal projects or such as this project, ITS, includes electrical components, they are increasing exponentially. So we are doing our best to keep up with the current bids and updating our estimates and making sure we have the funding in place to account for that. But it's hard to, it's an ever-changing market. So we're doing our best to keep up with that.
Yeah, well, I noticed it being a much more common issue this, over the last couple months, so that's why I was wondering. So in particular for this project, all of it is still covered by the federal funds, even though it was higher than the estimate?
Yes, on this project, we were able to work with Caltrans and COG to make sure that we had all of the funding in place. We had some cost savings in other areas of the project and other projects, so we are able to fully fund the increase in the bids that we received.
Okay, perfect. I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, motion made by Councilwoman Soria.
Second.
Second by Vice President Esparza. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries.
Councilman Chavez?
Yes.
Can I just comment on that as well? I think I think Councilmember Soria brought up a good point. That is one of the protective measures we have when we have a bid bond where they guarantee the bid and there's an expiration date, so that they lock in that price for that period. When the market gets really crazy, the contractors will start submitting their bids and saying the price for the lumber, the steel is only good for 30 days. After 30 days, they get the right to. So the stuff that these guys are seeing right now is, the supply chains are all kind of murky right now, but when we get that locked in bid price and they have a bid bond, that's when they have to. So we want to the extent we can, get those things tied up within the expiration date. Because once we pass the expiration date, everything's going to reset and they're going to get to apply the new pricing.
Understood. Thank you. All right, next item is 1V as in Victor, and that was pulled by Councilmember Maxwell.
Didn't we agree to continue this item, Council President?
Correct.
From contested consent for further discussion,
I believe Councilmember Carbasi made a motion to continue this item till next council meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for catching that. Item 1W.
I believe we're going to hear that after this afternoon's presentation.
Councilmember Arias' item. That's the recycled water item.
Yeah, we agreed to hear it after the workshop on water.
Okay. Item 1Y. Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you. There was just one line from this staff report that stood out to me, and a couple of questions. Here's the line. This grant funding will enable the Parks Department to enhance community engagement and violence reduction strategies, as well as increase response to victims of violence within the city of Fresno. So my question to administration is, what are the plans for these monies, and could this be used for advanced peace?
We have Maggie Navarro to help us with this one, but what was the last part of your question?
Could this funding be used to supplement the funding for advanced peace?
Oh, advanced peace, okay.
Given that line about how the intention of this money is to be used.
Is she available? Great. Maggie? Or TJ?
Good morning, everybody. Can everybody hear me?
Yes. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. First response was the actual RFP was very specific. The funder is the Board State of Community Corrections. They're very specific about identifying the types of projects that they would like to see to be able to support their efforts in our goal. So we did end up putting out a public request for letters of interest of all of our partners, which we have 125 different service providers throughout the entire city. And based on their letter of interest, we were able to select those that really ended up identifying the areas that the funder was wanting to see be a part of our actual project. Those agencies that are involved include Care Fresno, EOC Tattoo Removal Program, EOC Hospital-Based Violence Intervention Program, the Fresno Resiliency Center, Urban Peace Institute, and Fresno Barrios Unidos, including a required evaluation subcontractor who is Fresno State. The initial plan the application was submitted when we were under the umbrella of the Fresno Police Department. Now under the parks, we do have a subcontract that's a complementary program, which is the Fresno EOC Hospital-Based Violence Intervention Program, which is funded at $40,000. That particular grant is, as I mentioned, is an augmentation of what Advanced Peace is currently doing. They basically have the goal and objective to respond to hospitals when there is a trauma patient that comes in that is a victim of a shooting and or a gang stabbing, and they basically provide some type of wraparound support, services, hospital visits, what have you. So they do have a piece of the pie in a complementary program.
So I think, Mike, I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Navarro. I think the concern for me is that a lot of these folks who, responded, wanted to be included in the RFP, a lot of these organizations, they're not large organizations, right? But they're certainly larger than a group of 2 or 3 people. And my concern here is with programs like Advanced Peace that in some ways it almost feels as if they were designed to fail, where they don't even have enough funding to hire the staff they need to respond to things like this that go out so that they could have a piece of that pie. Mm-hmm. To me, it just seems like a self-fulfilling prophecy, and I'm wondering why are we not reaching out to our own internal divisions? Advanced Peace, is working very closely with the city. Why are we not directly reaching out and being proactive, seeing if this is something that they wanted to be included on? Because their mission statement is exactly the quote that I read here in the staff report about reducing violence in the city of Fresno.
I'll answer. I just want to check with Maggie first.
Yes.
Is of the 125 agencies, is Advanced Peace one of your agencies that you work with?
Correct.
Okay, and were they advised that this opportunity was available?
They did not. They had not solidified a fiscal agent to move forward with any services. They hadn't been formalized. Our application was submitted in June of 2020. So that was long before they actually became they had a fiscal agent sponsor them with that effect. However, I can highlight that Fresno Barrios Unidos did take on the existing street outreach program that was formerly led by Hope Coalition, who has established relationships in the neighborhoods, The staff has established resources available. So we did take into account those that were already doing the work when we ended up assessing the different types of services that would make us the most competitive in this application. But yes, Advanced Peace had a fiscal agent when we had submitted our application in June. Mind you, when the RFP came out, it was in the month of March. So we had started our requests for agencies to submit solicitations immediately after the RFP went out.
Duly noted. So Councilmember Maxwell, so since that time, thank you for the historical and the dates there, Maggie, that was awesome.
No problem.
The mayor's working with Advanced Peace right now to just get them moving forward and looking at a 3-year contract and get them
my concern
active.
also to city managers that if they don't receive an initial boost in their funding, that they just won't have the capacity to apply for things like this in the future, even now that they have a fiscal agent. That's a concern of mine.
And we're finding that we've identified that as a barrier for a number of other CBOs. So it is definitely something we're trying to figure out. How do we advance their capacity so that they can be available to the city to provide these services. But I know specifically to Advanced Peace, the mayor's got a very targeted initiative to get them up and running and help us here in the city with our violent crime.
That initiative, is that going to be presented during the budget hearings?
Oh yeah. It'll be part. We believe it'll be part of the ARP discussion when we're doing the ARP discussions, and part of the general budget discussion as well.
Thank you, City Manager. Ms. Navarro, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Maxwell, seconded by Councilwoman Soria. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Next item is 1BB as in boy by Councilwoman Soria.
Is the fire chief on? I just had a couple questions.
Hold on. He's jumping around. She's on.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chief. I just had some questions, and I apologize that I wasn't able to get these questions ahead of time to you. But as it relates to the CAD agreement, I guess, that we have before us, I know that there's been several years of discussions over the services and whether we should consolidate both our police and fire calls and how they're dispatched. And so I know that in the staff report there was mention of an evaluation period, but I didn't get a sense of what the timeline was to evaluate whether our police and fire calls dispatch can be consolidated. And so I wanted to know the timeline, and then also whether we're looking at having to hire additional staff or training will be needed, because I know that right now, as far as I understand, the 911 calls go to our dispatch. If it's a fire call, then it goes to American Ambulance. So I'm just wondering, is that the goal of our organization to consolidate? And, what are the benefits of
Councilmember, I'll respond to that one because I've been talking with the chief about that. So if you look at the way the numbers play out, I think it's about an $800,000 contract we're looking at here, which would be about 10% of the current PD budget for dispatch. So it's about 10%. So the 10% we send to the county. The calls we're sending over to the county are about 7% of the total calls. So if you just look at the numbers right there, you're thinking 10% of the money, only 7% of the calls. What would it look like if we provided that service internally? Because we're already handling the call. We're receiving that call in.
Yeah, we're just transferring it.
Transfer it over. So the city employee receives the call, transfers it to a third party, and then sends it back to city employees. So we're not saying we're going to change. We just think there's an opportunity to see, can we squeeze a little more efficiency in the dollars and maybe save a few seconds on the dispatching of the service. We may not be able to, but that's the question I want to just kind of look at and answer.
What's the timeline? 'Cause I guess
just FY22. We're going to do that during FY22. We're going to do that analysis.
Okay.
And so this time next year, we'll be bringing to you a recommendation. Let's go ahead and do the contract continue the contract with Fresno.
So does that mean that you guys are gonna bring another contract for someone to do the analysis, or we're doing?
Oh, no,
the
we'll do the analysis internally.
Internally,
Yeah,
okay.
it's an analysis we can do internally.
Okay, okay, that's kind of what I wanted to understand, because I know that in the past, this has been brought up, and I don't have a problem, obviously, extending the contract, because we need the services, given the fact that, you know, we have a current system in place. So I'm okay with that, but given that I have, that the chief is on, I know that the fireworks is an issue that has been, you know, at hand earlier this morning during council comments. Just wondering, in terms of increases for fines, is that something that we could work on to see if that would help deter and then recover some of the cost that it's taking us to respond?
Absolutely. That is definitely one that the chief and the mayor have been talking about as an option, is to increase the fines. We just need to work with the city of
What is the current fine? Do we know?
$1,200.
$1,250. $250 of that goes to the state.
$1,250.
And that fee has been in place for over a dozen years or more. And so, you know, I think, you know, with the drought, with the fire call volume, we've talked with, you know, Chief Balderrama on this as well. I think there's an opportunity here to put some more teeth in the deterrent factor of using illegal fireworks by increasing that fine. If that's doable, through that citation increase, and maybe the city attorney can weigh in on that, maybe to 5,000, you know, 250 or something like that.
Yeah, well, I would be in agreement that if we haven't, you know, reviewed this in 12 years and it hasn't increased, that if there is a significant problem, which it seems like it, not only from the calls and emails that we're getting, but from the actual calls that your team is going to, I think that it's worthy of us bringing something forward ASAP.
Okay. And I would think just the public safety piece of it as well, just
Yeah.
fire hazard that is
Yes.
created with that.
Thank you. I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Soria. Who made the second? Vice
Council-
President? Councilman Radias?
I just have one question. Fire Chief, while we have you on the line, how many fire investigators do we have for the city?
We have one 24-hour fire investigator for the city. And then we have 3 40-hour follow-up investigators.
Okay. Can you just make a note that during your budget presentation, if you can be prepared to respond to a request for additional fire investigators? I know last recent weeks in my district alone, there's been quite a bit of fires, and fire investigators have been, you know, shorthanded and overwhelmed. So with that, thank you.
All right, motion was made. We had a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Next up is item 1CC, and that was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. First, I want to thank the police chief for the additional information. We got your 4-page memo that clearly articulates the challenge with being able to have the evidence that demonstrates how many of these calls and open cases lead to arrest. So I know it's going to take you a couple of months to be able to gather that information for the council's consideration. So I am a little hesitant to approve a 3-year contract. So I wanted to ask a couple of clarifying questions. One, what's the exit clause that we have in this contract? Is there your standard, you know, 30-day termination clause? Is there any exit clause in the contract?
Let me just see who we identified for this. Oh, there he is, Mike Reed.
Hey, Deputy Chief.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Good. Thank you for having me on, Deputy Chief Reed with the Fresno Police Department. Yes, in the original service agreement, there's a non-funding exit clause that we can invoke anytime. There's also a 30-day notice by either side, so we can withdraw from this contract.
Perfect. And then, Deputy Chief, while I have you on the line, what's the what challenge, if any, would it create for the police department if instead of a 3-year contract, we do a 1-year contract, and then allow the police department to come back and report to us the information that they've gathered? Would that create a issue for the police department to go to a 1-year contract?
It would in one respect. One we negotiated for the last 3 months with ShotSpotter, who gave us some very significant price concessions on this. And what we did is we kind of amortized the cost over 3 years. So in that 3-year period, we're going to get about a 31% decrease or discount in this pricing. So I think that's the obstacle that we're facing. And we did that with the agreement that we look for, or at least approach a 3-year contract with Shots Fired.
So to be clear, the savings that you negotiated was based on a 3-year contract. So if we were to do a 1 year, the cost would go up.
Yes, it would.
We could still terminate at the end of 1 year, correct, Deputy Chief?
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. Well, with that, Deputy Chief, I'll make a motion to approve the contract with direction to staff that they come back in 90 days with the data that we know the police department's gathering on how many of these incidents lead to arrest. Thank you all.
Second.
Do I have a second? Vice President Esparza? All right, motion made by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Vice President Esparza. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Next up is item 1FF, and that's Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes, I just had a couple of questions on this. So, am I reading this right, that the Housing Authority is going to purchase the Valley Inn, and then we're going to purchase it from the Housing Authority?
So the Housing Authority has a $20,000 refundable deposit up to a certain date. It has a refundable deposit, kind of like a contract. They have the purchase agreement, and they have the right to that purchase agreement for $20,000. Part of what you're approving today is the assignment agreement. So the owners of the property have agreed to an assignment clause that allows the Housing Authority to assign to anybody without the consent of the owner. So they will assign the purchase and sale agreement to the City of Fresno. We will purchase the hotel at $6.995 million. We will then hire the Housing Authority under a repair services contract to prepare and get the facility ready for the project off-ramp. And then once they're complete with that effort, then we will then enter into contract, which is in the packet, with Turning Point of Central California. They will operate the facility for us for this coming year. And once we have that, on the back end, we have an option to buy agreement with the Fresno Housing Authority, so that then when they get the funding available, they can approach the city and say, we're ready to convert this to permanent affordable housing. So we've kind of put boundaries on both sides.
Okay, so the purpose is for us to do it short term to help house people who are trying to get off the streets and highways and things of that sort, and then ultimately convert it to long term, which is what Fresno Housing Authority would want to do.
Correct.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'd like to second that motion, but if the maker of the motion would allow me to just add some direction. I'm sorry, it's a different item. I want to second the motion, but also thank Tommy for addressing the acquisition, the repairs, the operation, and the conversion to permanent affordable. In the agreement, the additional week was helpful to everyone. So thank you to staff. For the record, Mayor, I am saying thank you to staff for good work on this item.
Thank you for thanking them again. Motion was made by Councilmember Bredefeld, second by Councilmember Arias. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Next up is item 1JJ, and it was pulled by Councilwoman Soria.
Yeah, so my question, I know that this came at the request of the Youth Commission, and I'm always about giving, young people flexibility, but when I was reading through the amended section, 10 absences seemed like a lot. I think with any commission, any board, I think that I'm willing to be reasonable, but 10 just seems like a lot of days for someone to miss and still be able to give adequate input. So I don't know if we can kind of meet in the middle on this, but I think in order to really have consistency, and because they do provide, policy recommendations, it's important for them to be present. I think now also with the fact that we have Zoom and there's a little bit more flexibility and, in the way people can meet, that's why I'm concerned that 10 is like way too high for a period of 2 years. But I do, want to honor some flexibility.
Yeah, no, thank you, Councilmember Soria. Let me just explain how this process worked. The current chair of the Youth Commission is Evelyn Gamble, and she is from District 2. And I have a very open door policy with the youth commissioners from my district to reach out to me. And it started with a conversation about challenges that youth face that probably they didn't face when I was growing up. And it's very complicated, especially with changes with the situation at home, challenges with schooling. And they found out that with the current policy, what was going to end up happening is we were going to have to, based on the way the language is written, the bylaws and bill is written, we'd actually have to just remove the youth commissioners. So they wanted a flexible policy that wasn't as intrusive. So in conjunction with the executive director and the staff at YLI, they suggested these changes, which is why we brought this forward to council, met with legal staff to explain these changes. And we felt over a 2-year period, it's actually not that different from the current policy where they can have 5 absences where we don't ask questions because, again, we don't want to be too obtrusive. But if there are excused absences, in conjunction with the chair and staff, they can approve those as needed. And we do have alternates as well. There's one voting member and an alternate member for that very reason in case there are absences. And for me, I really want to be flexible, but they're not here today to talk about this. This is kind of a surprise. I'm not comfortable making a change at this point without having their inclusion in this process. One of the things I was trying to do, even though this is just about their policy, is to show them how, yes, you can make a difference in policy just by meeting with council members and putting forward a policy, and that's why we had the issue come up at the last meeting. So I really feel uncomfortable making that change without them here to represent themselves.
Table it to next week and bring it at that point so that we have an opportunity, because I haven't heard from anyone on the youth commission, unfortunately.
Well, I want to be reasonable, but I don't want to table this item, and the only reason is we've had all this time, and I wish this wasn't done at the last minute, and I don't mean any disrespect. It's just they've had a say, the council's had a say, and at the last minute, I don't really see the incentive of pulling this away from them. I don't think that would be very fair. I mean, if I had known about this yesterday, we could have had them here. At this point, I think the bill is solid and ready to move forward. I think it has the votes on the council. I'd like to move forward. And again, it's not any disrespect. It's just, I never thought there'd be any opposition to this. I don't think they thought that either.
If I may weigh in, I punched up.
Councilmember Esparza?
You know, I don't know the full backstory beyond what was in the staff report and the resolution and what you told me here today. I think I recently lost a commissioner, my district, because of the, I think, absence policy. And again, I don't know the full backstory. 10 does seem a bit high. You know, as Councilmember Soria was bringing up her comments, I laughed. So yeah, we let the youth make up their own truancy policy. But you know, I think in the spirit of just helping them make their adjustments and keeping things going forward, we could probably pass this today. I'll remind our colleagues that, you know, any given Thursday we can come back and make an amendment. So I would recommend that Councilmember Soria and any others, I might too meet up with some of the commissioners, maybe pay a visit to their meeting and figure out something a little more reasonable. You know, so I'm okay with doing 10 today, but certainly open to bringing that number down and readjusting here in the very near future, whether that's next Thursday or 2 months from now.
Yeah, Council Vice President, just to add, some of the language that was changed also gives them the opportunity to make these changes. So it doesn't have to necessarily come back to council. So if Councilmember Soria was to reach out to them and say, hey, you guys should do 8 days, they can do that.
Some of the young folks did reach out, and I understand what Councilwoman Soria is saying. I also do want to be respectful of their process. You know, we kind of entrusted them with this commission and the work. And, you know, maybe they find out that, you know, the 10-day situation doesn't work, but I do want to defer to them and give them that discretion and, you know, honor that for them.
My biggest concern would be, one big indicator that we'll find out probably a few months from now is whether we have trouble getting a quorum out of that body. And so if we're seeing these issues with quorum over and over, probably a big sign that we should revisit the policy altogether. I know you had discussed some of the issues in terms of transportation and such and the schedules. Maybe there's an ability for them to stay on Zoom and have that flexibility to do hybrid. I think they met, when they were doing it in person, they met in City Hall, right? So I mean, I think we have the ability in these conference rooms to do the big TV. I think we have TVs in all of them, or most of them, to keep it hybrid for those folks who do have those barriers in terms of participation. So I'm open to approving this today, but again, also very open to readjusting accordingly.
Yeah, those are great suggestions. I'll be sure to share that with the chair. And the best part is, part of this process is they learn how government works and the consequences of action. So there's a mechanism where they can make those changes. That's a great idea. Thank you.
You want to make a motion for that, Councilmember Carbasi? Is this your item?
Do you want to make a motion, Councilmember Soria? Or,
No.
Okay, I'll move to approve.
All right, motion made by Councilmember
I'll second.
Carbasi, seconded by Vice President Esparza. Any opposition?
Council President?
Oh, Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, I'm prepared to support this, but I agree with Councilmember Soria. I mean, I think 10 days is ridiculous. Most people miss 10 days, they get fired. So we're going to have a youth commission. We ought to teach them about real world. And 10 unexcused absences, you usually get fired after the third, not 10. So I'm prepared to move forward, but they really should change this.
Clarification.
And I want to just, for clarification, if you look at the language, there is opportunity for them to get excused absences, unlimited, when it's related to school, when it's related to medical circumstances, when it's related to even like personal, as long as they notify folks ahead of time. I just don't want to go down this rabbit hole where 10 is a lot. And I think that in order for them to work as a policy recommendation body, they need to be able to be present and meet. And so today, and I appreciate, them bringing this forward, but I can't support this because I do believe there's a mechanism for them to get excused and not be, essentially told that they can't be on the commission. So it's just going to take a little bit of a responsibility. And I think that we need to teach our youth to be able to, follow those things.
Councilmember Carbasi, or whoever can address it, is it 10 absences per year or per 2-year
Per term, so that's a 2-year term.
So it's 5 absences a year
Yeah, and
on average?
yeah, but let me clarify, and that's why we have alternates. We want them to be able to have an understanding of how government works and how policy works, yet we're going to usurp them at the last minute. And I'm not comfortable with that, with them not being here, with all due respect. This whole thing's a learning experience for them. That's why there's a method where if they realize, hey, the problem is now we're losing people because they have to be removed. If they don't show up and they can't get quorum, then it's up to Evelyn and the staff to come up with a new plan. So this is trial and error. This is great. We didn't have youth commission when I was growing up. That's just part of the process, and we have to let them fail to learn if that's going to happen. We don't want to set them up to fail. They have success. That's why they have a ULI staff to help them. And this policy was created in conjunction with them. The reason why we had all these unexcused absences, whether the number's 5 or 10 or whatever it is, there's a lot of personal things they go through. We have a very diverse youth commission. There's a lot of challenges, and sometimes they feel very embarrassed, and they don't want to have to talk about whether they have a problem at home or it's a transportation issue, and hopefully in confidence they can tell the chair and staff so we can accommodate them. But we just wanted to make sure they can feel comfortable participating and knowing that there will be a way they can actually share their concerns without just being booted out.
When we bring on new commissioners, can we have Councilmember Bredefeld sit down with them and teach them how the real world works before they sit down on their first meeting?
I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to do that.
Three strikes, you're out, I think, was Councilmember Bredefeld's motto. But look, at the end of the
In the state
day,
of California, it's 10 strikes and you keep going.
it doesn't stop council members from having the conversation with our appointees and explaining to them, how important the attendance record will be and what our preference would be. And I think at any point we can decide to maybe give another youth an opportunity that does want to participate within those, expectations that each council member has.
Yes, I agree. I think we should revisit this policy long before there's any opportunity for anyone to be absent 10 times.
All right.
And
All right.
I think I was also just reminded by our city attorney, the commission also can change their own policy if they vote within internally by a 2/3 vote. So if they want to change it within their body, then they have the opportunity to do it. So we don't really have to do it from the dais. But I think that another lesson also, and if they get to watch this or if they're watching it, is that when you propose a policy, you also want to show up and be ready just in case something like this happens, because there is work that has to happen when you do policy. You have to be able to garner the support, talk to the folks that you're expecting them to support you as to why, this policy is that important to you. So I think that there's value in also recognizing the steps in a process of making policy. And so for me, at this moment, I can't support 10 absences. I am willing, if you guys would give me at least the courtesy to table this and have the discussion with the young people, and then bring it back next week. I don't understand why that's a big deal. This actually, the Youth Commission was something that I initiated, several years ago. So I would feel like, if at least given the respect, maybe you guys have already talked to the young people, but I haven't had that opportunity. And so I would love to be able to be given that opportunity. That's why I asked to table the item one more week, to at least have them present.
Councilwoman,
and have
I am
talked to them.
supportive of you having more time.
Thank you.
So I'm going to call the question. The time was the last meeting. I'm sorry, I'm all for being inclusive, but your youth commissioners could have told you. They're not here to represent themselves. This was just for approval. We discussed it at the last meeting. It's funny. Every meeting I say, what's going to be the hot button issue? I never thought it'd be this item. If it was, they'd be here. I call the question.
Before we send our commissioners to their room without supper, all right, let's just go ahead and vote. Motion was made by Councilmember Corbasi.
Point of order.
Vice President Esparza. You're going to withdraw your second now.
I'm going to withdraw my second today in support of chatting with the commissioners. When is their next meeting?
I'm not sure. They
Have an
met
idea?
2 weeks ago. So
they meet monthly?
Look, Nelson, let me ask you a question. What just happened? Because there's a reason why we have... Look, if you guys want to do that, that's fine. We give each other courtesy, but here's the deal. We had it on the agenda. It could have come up. It just came up right when I came in the room. Those items being pulled. Youth commissioners can't have a say. This is not the way we should work this.
So what happened is, I've heard from a couple of members here on the dais that they want to table it. Councilmember Soria is kind of the original author, creator of this commission. She seems to be pretty adamant about it. The only harm I would see in delaying would be if another commissioner was kicked off. That's my concern. I don't know what the situation is, but I don't see any harm in...
Look, if this is a territorial ego thing, that's fine, but let's be clear about it. You guys want to do it, go ahehead.
I think, Councilmember Corbasi, I think the gist of it here is, and I share some of the sentiments you do. This was something that was done by young people, whether we feel that it's not appropriate or not. I think, for me personally, I think we should give them their space, because part of the intent was for them to develop their leadership, their skills, and as off as we think this might be, I think we should respect that process. Otherwise, it's going to be seen as, oh, well, here's the council trying to tell us or convince us that we shouldn't be doing this, when it's our commission, when it's our work that we should be doing. So I'll second your motion, and let's vote and see
Council
where we're at.
President, I want to respond to that, because first, it's not even an ego thing, and I just said today I can't support it because I haven't spoken to the young people. And I think that that's part of the learning process. I'm not saying that I won't support it in the future. What I'm asking is the respect of this body to give me the opportunity to talk to the young people about the issue. And so that's what I'm offering. I'm not saying I'm not going to support, what the recommendation may be, but I think that it would have been great to also have them here. Usually they are when they propose any other type of policy or recommendation when it comes to parks, when it comes to Wi-Fi, they've been here. And so we've had the interaction with them. And so that's all I'm asking. It's that 1 week.
And I understand,
President,
and what you're seeing is
Columbo's coming back.
From
Quick
Councilmember
clarification.
Corbasi, is you are feeling the frustration I have every week when we're tabling items and continuing items and doing that. And I know it's part of the process, and you have to go with that. I understand that. But, I mean, we're seriously having a 20-minute conversation about what our
Right.
youth should be you know, doing and, or not doing. I think
And
that's
just to
diminishing.
answer the question, they were here 2 weeks ago. They were here when this was introduced. I don't think they ever thought this was going to be pulled at the last minute. So I'm really sorry to Youth Commission. This is the way government works sometimes.
All right, so city attorney, procedurally, how many motions did we?
Well, if there is a procedural motion, a motion to table with a second, that must be voted on before the primary motion.
Yeah, I didn't hear that. Am I hearing that?
Make a motion to
Okay.
table to hear.
Do
hear
I
it
have a
next week.
second?
I made a motion already to approve, and it was seconded by Council President Chavez. What's wrong with that?
The procedural motion has priority.
The procedural motion.
Yes,
has
which
priority.
is the motion to continue or table,
So
under the
that-
council rules.
That's the rules. All right, let's vote on that one first and see where we're at. The procedural motion to table. Yep, so Councilwoman Soria made the motion. Who seconded? Councilmember Arias seconded that. All right.
Council President, for the record, is to table to the next meeting, so this can come back as early as Monday.
Yeah. Motion made, seconded. Any opposition? I'll oppose.
I'm going to oppose too.
All right. Motion carries to table, and it'll come back next week. Next week. All right. All right. Let's move on to item 1MM. Now, how quick are you going to be on 1MM?
Well, Carbasi just walked out of the room, so we'll make this real quick. I'm going to make a motion to approve with a couple of amendments. First amendment would make the funding for this program limited to multifamily development. And the second amendment would be to exclude the South Industrial Priority Area.
Okay.
As the author of the item, I agree to those amendments.
All
So I'll
right,
second the motion.
Can you repeat that
made
first
by-
part, Council Vice President? I heard the South Industrial. What was the first part?
So we're excluding the South Industrial Priority Area and limiting the funding for this program to just multifamily development.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So
All
we'll
right,
prioritize multifamily housing for the incentive program.
Correct. So motion made, second. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. All right, that concludes our very long list of contested consent.
Council President,
We'll
we do
take
have
lunch.
one GG that we agreed to move to contested consent instead of tabling for the next meeting.
That was for the afternoon, right?
Sands Motel?
So we still have one GG.
Yes.
All right, let's do one. Do you want to do one GG after lunch or now?
Yep. No, now it's
We can
it's
do
simple.
that. All right, let's go ahead.
With that, so really quick, I'd like to make a motion to approve with direction that the city manager develop and implement a relocation plan for the individuals at the Sands Triage Center within within the 90 days of this contract agreement.
And I'll second that.
So in short, council members, one of my concerns with using private motels to house the homeless is at some point when we stop using them, we would have to relocate them somewhere. And in this case, the first 90 days of housing these individuals, staff hadn't yet planned the relocation plan so that we don't just put folks back out into the street. So I'm supportive of continuing to use a private motel as a city motel. Hopefully will finally go online on July 1st. The council's previous action approved an additional motel being acquired. So we should have plenty of city motels and housing authority motels. And then just making sure that we don't dislocate people after the end of this contract, but that we plan proactively to relocate them before this contract ends.
All right.
Council
Councilmember
President,
Soria?
I just wanted to add, and I appreciate that. I too, that was one of my main concerns in terms of relocating folks after. What I'm also interested in knowing is the success of folks transitioning to permanent. So who's collecting that data, and not just from RH, because I know that we have other. I think that that's valuable information that we should be putting out. If people are ending up, in stable full-time housing after this temporary, I think that's good things to know. Like how many people are staying at the shelter, getting the services, and how many are being permanently housed after the fact. I think that's going to be important to know and to have and present to the council.
Perfect. We have the data and we have a trade memo. We're getting prepared exactly for that, and it's going to do by gender, age, ethnicity. So we'll get you all that data in a trade memo on the status of the population we've been serving, the outcomes that we've been achieving, and who's been using the facilities.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm happy to second the motion.
All right. Motion was made by Councilmember Arias, seconded by myself and Councilwoman Soria. Any opposition?
No,
Seeing none,
let the
motion
record show that
carries.
this is supportive and yet critical feedback at the same time.
And are you thanking staff again?
No, not at this point. I'll thank them once they have a relocation plan and this is done well.
The thank you is pending.
Yeah, right. Well, the thank you is here. Ours is here. Thank you very much.
All right, break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30. We've got a quorum. We are going to take up and we apologize to the speakers that were originally scheduled for 10:05. We've got, I believe we have Ms. Shelley Spencer on, Brianna. And I believe she's going to speak about the illegal fireworks. I think she probably heard our conversation that we had and the direction we gave for staff to come up with a plan and work with our offices. But Ms. Spencer, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about the issue of illegal fireworks in Fresno and our neighborhoods. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Great. So again, I'm Shelley Spencer and I live in Southeast Fresno in District 5. As was mentioned several times earlier in this meeting, and as you are likely all well aware of from calls and emails, and the recent Fresno Bee article and the new petition, the problem of illegal fireworks exploding nightly in our communities has become a flashpoint of frustration for residents across the city. I understand there is a system in place to address these, but the system isn't working. Let me give you an example. This is from a post written 2 weeks ago by a local Nextdoor user. Every night for a couple hours, we hear fireworks being detonated. Some are close, all are illegal. I've called FPD and they say we'll check it out. Have not really noticed any police presence in my area. I realize there are probably more serious scenarios going down, but does someone's house have to burn down before anything is done? I've called multiple times as to what seems a waste of time. Don't know what else to do. On a few occasions, I found charred remains of fireworks in my yard or on my carport roof. This is not acceptable. And that's not even going into the stress and anxiety all our pets are experiencing. If anyone has some reasonable suggestions, I'm open to them. Council members, in your agenda packet, you should have received a document with testimonials like this one. In addition, I'd like to draw your attention to the example caught on video. If you haven't watched it, you can also find it later on my social media. Although it was shown to police and submitted on the Fresno app, no action has been taken. The system isn't working, even when residents do their part and have evidence to show it. Now, I'm not here today to complain, but to give a call to action. I'm part of a collaborative neighborhood group, which is up to 120 members as of today, that has been logging, researching, and sharing proposals that could be considered. Please give this issue at least as much attention as we have for 2 months now. I want to thank the Fireworks ID group on Nextdoor, petition author Mr. Simmons, and all those who are working to bring about positive change. Thanks also to District 5 for responding to my inquiries, and Deputy Fire Marshal Tracy for your work and insight on this issue. Because of the way this is affecting quality of life and the fire risk, last 4th of July, there were 2 houses and not 1, but 3 palm trees that caught on fire in our neighborhood alone. I am asking you to see to it that options are put into action for better education, enforcement, or creative penalties to enhance what is already in place, not to put an additional burden on law enforcement. If a ban is part of that, fine. But as you know, illegal fireworks are already illegal 365 days a year. It's the system that needs fixing. I realize this isn't the biggest issue facing our city, which is why people are ready to give their time to work at this together. Thank you for listening and for taking the next step by putting this issue on an upcoming council agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Spencer. And for the benefit of the public, there was a pretty good discussion out here on the dais with our city manager. I believe our fire chief was on at the time. And so we are working on a proactive approach that will include our fire department, our police department, code enforcement, and essentially all hands on deck. We know that this comes around once a year, and, you know, it's a problem. It's been a bigger problem. Not just for, you know, our health and safety and the hazards that it creates, but also our pets. A number of dogs have actually gone missing, and it's just escalated and spiraled out of control. So we will be discussing this and, more importantly, coming up with some solutions. Do we have Mr. Boyajin on, Rihanna? Okay, Mr. Boyajin, we apologize for not taking your comment at 10:05, but a pretty heavy agenda, but you're here now. Thank you for being patient, and you'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Hello. Members of City Council, Mayor Dyer, city staff, Fresno residents. I'm a longtime resident of Fresno. To the staff, council members that don't know me, I'm George Boyajian, one of Fresno's longtime cannabis advocates. I've been advocating for cannabis regulations in Fresno for over 10 years. I come in front of you today to bring awareness and a deep concern to a subject that I want you to know. I'm afraid the cannabis regulations that we've created are fairly creating inequality amongst applicants like myself. We're instructing applicants that want to qualify for social equity permit to be low income. In the same procedures, it is requiring applicants that are low income to have a minimum of $400,000 in the bank. That's not social equity. This has allowed a lot of millionaires to find loopholes and get qualified to take advantage of dominated competition, knowing that the applicants that they're competing against are low income and the financial requirement is so high. They could have easily applied in a regular process like the others with their social equity partners, but they chose the easy route. Equally judging us for equity in the cannabis industry based on our bank accounts is not social equity. It's un-American and it goes against American values. This is a major disadvantage for me and others like me. We're in competition with people that we cannot beat by design for only 2 permits available. In my experience with this new industry, I've lost permits in Pasadena, Mendota, and the last one in Fireball. All these jurisdictions say that the reason I don't qualify for the permit is because I don't have sufficient funds. And I give those permits to multi-millionaire corporations. Looks like I'm headed for the same fate here. When I brought this awareness to your concern 2 weeks ago, I got disqualified by the Cannabis Commission because I contacted my elected officials. You gotta remember that I was a cannabis advocate way before I applied for a cannabis permit. And that's fine because Fresno Superior Court in 2010 and me spending the past 10 years advocating for the legal cannabis industry in Fresno is my social equity. I got disqualified for bringing social injustice to your attention and speaking against inequality. I guess the Cannabis Commission doesn't like that type of stuff. This doesn't look like a fair process, and I don't want to participate in a place where I'm guaranteed to lose by design. It's not my intention to break the law. I followed the law and the court stipulation I signed in 2010 for 11 years, and I did not operate my marijuana business. But instead, I patiently waited for 10 years and made it my goal to advocate for regulation in the cannabis industry, not just here in Fresno, but throughout California. I met with the city attorney last year in March and shared this concern with him at that time. I had a choice between opening my dispensary last year or going through this application process. I decided to go through the application process instead. But what's going on here is truly unjust and not in the spirit of social equity and in a Proposition 64 and the social equity program here in Fresno. So I'm going to do what I told you guys last year, March 2nd. So with my stipulation that I forwarded to all of you, I'm going to reopen my dispensary that was shut down in 2009. My plan is to open social equity retail locations throughout Fresno for people like my partners, Aaron Foster and Alex Banda, under my business umbrella and give them their equity in Fresno cannabis industry back. I'm going to train them and guide them in compliant cannabis business operations and put my expertise on 420 College Business Incubator Program that I've been running for 6 years from Fresno to work right here in Fresno for the people of Fresno and build generational wealth for the members of our community. City Manager's Office has my business plan, operating plan, security plan, and neighborhood plan, and everything else you guys asked for. If you have any questions, I'll be very happy to meet with you at any time. I'm free. Councilmember Arias and Councilmember Soria, you're social justice warriors yourself. I see you fighting for your districts every single day and minorities every single day, and I have a great deal of respect for you. I hope you can see my point. And on this topic, today,
You could wrap up, Mr. Boyajian.
social injustice for, gay and lesbian communities and celebrating wins for the, social injustices throughout. I hope you can see my point. Now, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Boyajian. All right, we will now go on to our 10 a.m. Hearing to consider the vacationing of a 60-foot wide public utility easement as reserved and now abandoned North Calaveras Avenue between Block 6 and 7. This is in Vice President Esparza's district. Vice President Esparza?
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to approve, and then we'll open it up for public comment.
All right, motion made. I'll second that. Let me go out to the public. Anybody from the public wishing to speak on this specific item? Anna?
Yes, Alex?
All right. Alex, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Alex Banda. I'm teamed up with George and the Fresno Originals. I want to speak towards the injustice of the process by which applicants are being judged and the discriminatory requirement that we as a whole have a certain amount of capital in our bank account before being considered to get this permit.
Mr. Banda, excuse me, sir. This is for the specific item of 10 a.m., which is a hearing. Were you waiting to speak on another item?
Yeah, I was.
Which item were you waiting to speak on, sir?
On George's item.
No. Mr. Boyajin only had 3 minutes, and he was going to be the only speaker. This is specifically for a 60-foot wide public utility easement.
Right.
So with that, do we have anybody else? It's queued up? Okay. All right. Seeing no more folks that want to speak on this specific item, bring it back to Dias. Motion was made by Vice President Esparza, seconded by myself. I got to do roll call now because one of our colleagues is zooming, right? So, City Clerk, can you do roll call?
Councilmember Arias?
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld? Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria? Council Vice President Esparza?
Aye.
President Chavez?
Yes. All right. Motion carries. Next item is item 3A, a workshop on our asset quarterly report, including code enforcement. I think there's somebody from our city attorney's office that will be presenting, and this is our quarterly report. Christina?
Yes. All right. Good afternoon, Council President Chavez and council members. I am Christina Roberson, Assistant City Attorney, and I have today for you our quarterly asset report as well as a status report on the balance of code enforcement. Oh, that went a little fast. There we go. So just as an overview, we have 5 divisions in code enforcement. There is our rental housing division managed by Kevin Watkins. This includes ASSET, our anti-slum enforcement team, and also reactive rental housing. It includes proactive rental housing, which is the Rental Housing Improvement Act team, and also our non-transient motel inspections. Our next unit is community compliance, which is managed by Tim Burns. That is the division that has the 7 council district teams. We also have our special teams division, which is managed by Aaron Martin, and it includes the school area team, which does targeted enforcement around in neighborhoods around schools, as well as our specialty teams of abatement, demolitions, vacant lots, illegal dumping citations, and tires. We have our outreach unit, which is managed by Rodney Horton, including our clerical unit, our public-facing counter, the ones that are answering the phones, responding to emails in Fresno, as well as doing our notices and mailings. Rodney, as you know, is also our council liaison and does our media relations. And then finally, we have our legal team, which is overseen by myself as well as Erica Camarena, including our attorneys who focus on receiverships, warrants, legal research and advice, and also our legal investigators who are doing our ABC UP inspection program of liquor stores. So, getting into the interesting stuff. Currently, our asset and reactive units have 16 open cases at properties containing 183 rental units. I was actually going to say as well at the beginning of this, all of code enforcement and specifically our rental housing has been impacted by COVID-19. We did suspend for a good portion of time our interior inspections due to concerns for our staff as well as for tenants and residents. So we are definitely dealing with those issues, but I think everybody has handled that very admirably. Going back to our reactive rental unit, since January 1st of this year, they've opened 127 cases, closed 146, and they currently have 119 active cases. Looking at some of the results that Asset has seen over the last time period since our last report. This is a property on Elm in District 3. It's an 11-unit complex. It's very close to completion, and as you can see, some great improvements were made to the exterior of the property, and also a lot of things were improved on the interior, including new windows, flooring, heating and cooling units, and again, the exterior modifications that you're seeing in these photos. A lot of cleanup at that property. And there's an interior photograph. Another property that's currently active is on Lamona in District 7. It is an 8-unit apartment complex where Asset has conducted an exterior inspection only at this point. A notice and order was issued on April 13th. The property owners promptly entered into a compliance agreement, and the deadline for full compliance is August 13th. I have some before pictures here, and then we have some in-progress pictures. They're still working on this property, so at the next report we should have some good after photos. As many of you are aware, we're also very involved in a property on Effie in District 7. This is an occupied 42-unit complex with many issues, including pest infestation, incorrectly wired and loose outlets, broken windows, mold, the list goes on. Inspections occurred between March 20th and April 21st. A notice of violation was issued for immediate hazards such as smoke alarm issues on April 28th, and those have been cured. And a notice and order for the remaining violations was issued on May 13th. There is an inspection actually yesterday, did show some progress, and there is another re-inspection scheduled for June 17th. So here's just some photos of some of the smoke detector issues that were cured, and then some of the other things that we're seeing out there that we still are waiting to wait for the re-inspection to make sure that they get checked off. Also in rental housing, as I mentioned, there's the reactive rental housing unit. They're the ones who respond to complaints that come in through Fresno for rental housing. Here's just a few of their recent successes. As you can see, this was a very dilapidated wall that did have vast improvement. And next, moving to our proactive inspection team. They're, again, the team that works under the Rental Housing Improvement Act. To date, inspectors have conducted baseline inspections on all multifamily properties that were registered at the time that the inspectors were working in that APN area. Additional baseline inspections are being scheduled for the properties that registered later. In addition, as I mentioned, COVID has been an issue, but our inspectors and our managers put together a very good virtual inspection program. There have been 1,265 virtual inspections, and that number honestly is probably higher. This was completed a few days ago. And as you know, some modifications were actually adopted on May 27th to the Rental Housing Improvement Act, and upon the effective date, those changes will be implemented. So here's just a few before and afters from recent proactive cases. Here we go. So both interior and exterior issues have been cured. Rental housing, as I mentioned, has also started the non-transient motel inspections. To date, there have been 3 motels that have been inspected, and that is the exteriors of those motels as well as a few units in each. I've listed out some of the common violations you see in apartment units, inoperable smoke alarm, debris. So we are working with those motels to get those corrections fixed. All right. So moving on to our next unit, which is community compliance. As I mentioned, there are 7 council district teams. I have current case numbers actually as of May 26th for each district. As you know, though, these numbers do not necessarily represent the time or difficulty in resolving each one, and these cases vary from public nuisance, cars parked on the lawn, all the way up to significant housing violations, roofs caving in. So there's a lot of variation among those numbers. And I have some pictures from a recent case that our community compliance team worked on in District 3. They were able to get this area really well cleaned up with the property owner's help. Moving on to special teams. As I mentioned, this unit is made up of all of our specialty teams, including the school area team, providing proactive code enforcement around schools. Since the last quarterly report, SAT has completed inspections in 6 school areas that are listed, and they are currently in 4 other neighborhoods, which are also listed. So they move pretty quickly, but they definitely do a lot of outreach and education as well as code enforcement when they're in those areas. As you can see on the next slide, they always have informational events, trailer events, where they go out and they provide information to the residents of those areas. They also hold landlord forums. They do a lot of outreach. All right. Our abatement team, which was new as of last May, has actually recently expanded to include 3 operators of neighborhoods. Since January, I have a few pictures of some of these really successful results. The abatement team works very closely, obviously, with community compliance, who refers a lot of these cases over to abatement, and also with legal, because some of these cases we need to get abatement warrants to be able to get onto the property and clean up the mess. Like this one, for example, that was in a backyard, and court granted a warrant for us to be able to go in and do that. So the abatement team works closely with all the other units as well.
Yeah, Council, I want to jump in on the abatement teams. What's nice about having that in-house is that you can get almost immediate response. Several times I've gotten a call from a council member in the morning, and these properties are cleaned up by the end of the day. So that tends to be the most responsive that we can be.
Definitely.
We thank you and your staff.
Moving to demolition, our demolition inspector facilitated 7 demolitions since January 2021. 2 of those were completed by the city, and 5 were completed by property owners with a lot of city encouragement. And that's always a great thing because it saves the city time and expense. One potential demolition property was actually rehabilitated by the property owners, which is also a great result. Here's a couple examples of recent demolitions that occurred. All right, our next special team to highlight is vacant lots. This team are the inspectors who go out and they actually issue the notices. They keep track of vacant lots, especially the ones that are a significant fire danger, that have junk and rubbish that we just consistently see as problems. Since January 1st, the team has achieved compliance on 236 cases, and they're working with Fresno Fire Department to focus enforcement on 129 high fire risk properties. So they have identified a number of lots that are definitely in that high fire danger zone, especially this time of year, and so they do a lot of focused enforcement with those lots. And as you might imagine, they work closely with the abatement team if the property owner is unwilling or unable to make the changes that are necessary. Our illegal dumping citations, since January 1st, the team has issued 49 administrative citations for illegal dumping. The team also added 1 inspector and 4 camera units. So we're really trying to focus on that area because we know it's a huge problem in the city. Finally, tires. Our tire team continues to do fantastic work. Since January 1st of this year, they collected 8,731 waste tires, and they also held 2 tire amnesty events, one in February and one in May, where a total of 2,064 tires were collected from members of the public. So it's a really important and very, very great team that we have there. One other thing that special teams has sort of undertaken over the last year and a half or so is emergency enforcement for COVID-19. We periodically have to reassign staff to handle complaints for emergency enforcement. So on that slide right there, I have provided a summary of emergency enforcement as of May 26th of this year. All right. Next, our outreach team consists, as I said, of our clerical staff who answer calls from the public, respond to PRA requests, ensure cases are properly opened in our case management system, Acela, process and mail all types of notices and citations. They really keep things moving for us up there. And again, our outreach manager serves as the council liaison and media relations. So they're a pretty busy unit for sure. Our final division is our legal team, assisting with negotiation, drafting of compliance agreements, drafting of warrants for inspection and abatement, and also the very important and successful receivership program. The legal team currently has 14 properties in the receivership process and more in the queue to be evaluated. It seems there's never an end to the properties that are good candidates for receivership. So that they're constantly busy. And then finally, as I mentioned, our legal investigators in February began an education and inspection program for businesses with Type 20 and 21 ABC licenses, so those that sell for off-site sale. A little bit about their process is that they provide an educational binder to the business and they inspect 2 weeks later. They've tried to make it more of an educational process than a punitive one at this point. As of May 27th, 107 businesses have been inspected, 18 notices have been issued, and 11 re-inspections have occurred. They're seeing quite a bit of compliance, especially after the notice has been issued. And then finally, as you know, code is going green. We, in February and March, did deploy 10 Chevy Bolts, and we're anticipating receiving 10 Toyota Priuses in the next month or so. So we are pretty excited about that, and that program has been going well. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Christina. And those vehicles are code enforcement. How many of those vehicles do we have for code enforcement?
We have 10 of the Bolts right now, and we have ordered, I believe, 10 Priuses.
Okay, I just got two simple questions. One is and thank you guys for the work you've been doing. I know you've been very busy recently. How long does it take from the moment somebody turns in an issue with a property to the time it gets fixed? So I guess maybe an idea of what the timeline would look like. We respond, issue the corrective action, and then when do we follow up with them?
So I can. Everything when it comes in, a complaint comes in, it's given a priority level. There are some things that, because of our staffing, there are some things that maybe we'll get to in a week, but there are urgent things that we'll get to much sooner. If it is given a higher priority level, our staff should be out there within a day or so of when it's been reported. The next step after that is, so they go out, they make sure that they're able to confirm the report, put eyes on it themselves as the inspector and get photographs, and then they will issue the notice that gets sent out, and depending on the type of violation, it could be a very short notice. If it's important, if it's health and safety, it's a couple days, up to 18 days for a notice and order if it's something that might take a little more time. After that, our team, they know they need to re-inspect right when the notice expires. So we expect them to be out re-inspecting after the notice is expired, and the next step after that is going to be a citation.
Is that process internally wired in? So for example, is the same person that issues a citation responsible for following up with the citation?
Yes.
They do?
Yes.
And so they put like an automatic timer on it, whatever the date is, and it just pops up on there?
In fact, our case management system, Acela, actually will automatically schedule the re-inspections, and those, every time that the inspector logs in, they have pop-ups of what they're supposed to be doing on those days. So that's one thing that Acela is actually pretty good at, is keeping those reminders.
Okay, and then the other simple question, this is my last question. So I know one of the biggest challenges we had during the pandemic, and I think this is one of those unintended consequences, was that we weren't doing the home inspections. We were very proactive before the pandemic. It was difficult, right? We weren't allowed to go into people's homes. I think you did a couple of video, but if they weren't agreeable to that, it wasn't happening. So what are we doing to, I guess, kind of catch up on some of those inspections that didn't happen, or are we just kind of picking off where we left off?
We getting back on track now?
Yeah, we're definitely getting back on track. In fact, many of the cases that came in, if we weren't able to put eyes on it ourselves, especially if it was rental housing and it was reported by the tenant, they could still send us photos or do virtual inspections, and we still worked those cases. We still contacted the property manager, sent notices out based on the pictures that we were provided. And so, yeah, definitely we're getting caught up. There's probably not a lot of cases that are just sitting around waiting for us to figure out how to get inside. We've been very creative in trying to come up with ways to work those cases.
No, and the only reason I brought it up, there were a couple of tenants in my district that I helped, well, that you helped me help during the pandemic, where a lot of the landlords knew that they weren't going to get inspected because of COVID, and I think might have been a little bit, lagging on fixing some of the things before the tenants even reported it, right? Because the first point of contact for them is to report it to the landlord and say, hey, this needs fixing. And a lot of them knew that, and I think now we got to somehow figure out a message of getting that out, that hey, we're back in business, we're going to be inspecting, and I think that'll help too with some of the issues that we've seen just kind of sprout up, whether it's on a newspaper or social media. I just want to make sure that was on your radar and that we're picking back up to where we were at, because I think that'll be a deterrent for future issues. All right.
Definitely.
Colleagues, you have Councilmember Arias, you punched up.
Thank you, Council President. Just to build on the Council President's comment, Doug, can you have your team work some kind of like social media or marketing campaign so that we can very publicly in all the different languages and forums tell the public that we're back to, day-to-day code enforcement, and sharing the phone number that they can call and the way to report. I do want to be clear as of today, or when exactly does code plan to stop doing any pandemic type enforcement? Have you guys determined a date yet, or is it all based on
That would
the
be
order?
subject to council direction.
So do we have consensus, council, that the code can now refocus full time on health and building safety issues and no longer do pandemic enforcement?
Yeah, I think we've been saying, yeah, but I guess publicly we need to do that. Yeah, Doug, there's consensus at least on my end.
Okay. All right. And then the other part is, I know that we've added more to your workload. Motels have been added to code enforcement's responsibility. Vacant buildings have been added. And now most recently, mobile home parks. So I'm looking forward to the budget conversations where you provide us a clear recommendation on what resources you need from this body to effectively implement those additional duties. And then lastly, I know the mayor proposed taking a portion of code back, but as our council president has said multiple times, this is a super friendly declaration that thank you, but no thank you, city manager. We have full faith in code enforcement and the work that they're doing, and we love the responsiveness that they've had to our council offices. I've had plenty of experiences. I know you have the slide there where I have more than 600 requests just in my district alone. I have a lot of old properties, and each time that code is asked, they're extremely responsive. So, city manager, thank you, but no thank you. And I'm looking forward to this body weighing in on your proposal, but I think that we're pretty happy with the level of service that we're getting from code enforcement, at least me personally. And we should probably figure out what we have to do to ensure that code remains under the city attorney. And thank you to you, Christina, and all your staff. You guys are extremely responsive, and I know code has a pretty heavy lift. And not only did you prove to us that you can still work during a pandemic, but you stepped forward when other departments were not willing to do the enforcement work necessary to save lives in the city. So I know as a result, code has had to deal with some very disgruntled residents at times and has been exposed to the same level of anger that some of us have gone on this dais. But you've done great work in 2020, and we're looking forward to you guys doing good work in 2021.
We
that
look
was-
forward
I
to the
think that was,
discussion.
I think that was
We
the
look forward to the discussion.
I think that was the first non-thank you from the dais. Councilmember Maxwell, were you punched up? No, Vice President Esparza.
No, I was gonna say it was just shots fired. You know.
Yeah, no.
Someone get security.
Shot spotter picked it up. Thank you, Christina, for the presentation. Thank you, Doug. You guys have been doing a great job. Appreciate that. Now, the school team that you had on there, is that under your umbrella?
Yes, that's part of code enforcement.
Those are the folks that went out there and were working in Jackson neighborhood. Thinking had their folks out there right on right in front of the school with that.
Right,
Now,
they do focused, proactive code enforcement around schools.
We got really good feedback from the residents on having those folks out there. Just wanted to convey that message from folks.
That's
All
great
right.
to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We will now move on to the 3B workshop, the 2021-2022 water supply update and preliminary drought response actions. And then we'll take that last item that Councilmember Arias wanted to hear after the workshop. I believe it's 1W for us. So who's going to be doing the presentation from our team? Mike Carbajal. Do we have him queued up, Brianna? Is he going to need the ability to share his screen and do all that, or is he set? It's a PowerPoint, huh? We're gonna fall asleep with a PowerPoint. But Christina's very informative and live, and she's here. Where is Mike? Is Mike at the plant?
Good afternoon, Council President.
Oh, are you on, Mike? Where your ears are ringing? Great thing.
I'm on.
I love Mike. I love Mike.
Am I coming through okay?
No. Water is not a boring topic at all. All right, Director Carbajal, you are on, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Perfect. So good afternoon, Council President, City Council members. I think we know the drought conditions up and down the state, and appreciate the opportunity just to provide an update here on the city's water supply and our current drought response. So if we move to the next slide, we'll jump right into it, and we'll just start off with a brief overview of the statewide water conditions. So next slide, please. So we pulled this off the state website, and looking at the current regional snowpack for this year as of May 20th, we can see that the average snow water equivalent is about 0.3 inches, and that's only 2% of normal for this date. And so basically, we can say that for 2021, the snowpack has melted. And by, this slide is from 2 weeks ago. The snowpack has melted, and based upon the runoff projections that we have right now, this is one of the driest years on record for the state. So if we move to the next slide, the drought conditions are very visible in our reservoir levels up and down the state. Most of the reservoirs are trending well below historical averages. Locally, you can see on the screen, Millerton is sitting, it shows at 49% capacity. I went ahead and took a look today just to see exactly where we're at, and has it changed since we put this, since we put the presentation slides together. And Millerton is sitting at about 52%, so no real improvement there. Historically, we should be around 66%. Pine Flat is sitting around 40%, and look today, it's dropped to 39%. So we don't expect this to change. Historical average for Pine Flat should be closer to 60%. So there's basically no snowpack remaining. We are not going to see runoff flows increase at all going forward, and our water supply allocations at this point have hardened going forward. So if we go to the next slide, we're going to start looking at our regional water conditions. If you could move it to the next slide, please. Yeah, so we're going to take a look at our regional water conditions. So moving closer in to Fresno. Let's go ahead and look at the next slide. So we're looking at the San Joaquin Basin here, and average precipitation between the period of 1966 to 2015 is around 40 inches for the year. And for the current water year, we are sitting at just 18 inches. So that's currently on track for the 2014-2015 water year, which was one of the driest on record. So if we don't see any precipitation through the end of the year, we're definitely on track for one of the worst drought periods on record. If we go to the next slide, we'll take a look at the Tulare Basin. And so this is the supply that we would look at for the Kings River. Average precipitation here is typically about 29 inches for the year, currently sitting at just 9.6 inches. And this, without any additional precipitation, this could be one of the driest or the driest year for this basin. So we'll be watching to see whether that number moves, but definitely pretty dire situation for
Director
the state and then
Carvajal.
regionally. Yes.
I'm not a meteorologist, so can you help me understand? Are we done with like the wet season? The chances of it raining again is pretty minute at this point?
Yeah, at this point, I mean, for the next few months, I mean, we will see very little rainfall. There's an opportunity that these numbers will bump up towards the fall if we see some precipitation kind of in that September, during the month of September. So I would say these numbers are not going to improve. And if you look, between that period on the slide between June and October, it's pretty much a flat line because we don't see a lot of precipitation from here on. So if we go ahead and move forward, we'll advance to the next slide. We will start to look at the city's water supply portfolio. So let's go ahead and move on to the next one. And, we're going to start off with a bit of a recap here in terms of the city's water supply. I want to point out that the city is very fortunate to have strong surface water supplies, and that, that's very evident in a year like this, which we will get into. So our supplies include our Class 1 60,000 acre-foot contract with the United States Bureau of Reclamation. And then we've got our long-term contract and our partnership with the Fresno Irrigation District. And through that, the city has access to approximately 117,000 acre-feet of Kings River water supply during a normal year. Utilizing the city's extensive groundwater wells, we have a groundwater capacity of about 132,000 acre-feet annually. We are also operating our tertiary treatment and disinfection facilities, and through those we can produce about 5,900 acre-feet of recycled water. And so that brings our total annual water supply to around 315,000 acre-feet during a normal water year. So let's go ahead and move to the next slide. So now at this point, we'll take a look at how do we utilize our surface water supplies. So the city has been conducting groundwater recharge for over 50 years, and that dates back to the 1970s at the Leaky Acres facility. We also recently constructed the Nilsen groundwater basin, and that's proven to be a really good recharge facility in Southwest Fresno. Through another important partnership that we have with the Flood Control District, the city conducts recharge at the Flood Control District storm water detention basins, and those basins are extremely valuable to the city being able to recharge the aquifer across all neighborhoods in the city. We tend to have a discussion about whether those basins are parks, whether they are recharge facilities, and so it's important that we strike the right balance to meet all of the city's needs. But most importantly, we recognize that the most efficient use of our surface water supplies is going to be to directly treat it and deliver that to our customers. And so the city invested in the Northeast treatment facility in 2004. It has a 30 million gallon a day capacity. We supplemented that in 2016 with the T3 facility that operates on a seasonal basis. The real game changer here that I want to point out is the Southeast surface water treatment facility that was commissioned in 2018, currently has a capacity of 54 million gallons a day. We will continue to invest in our treated water pipelines, and the Southeast facility will be able to produce up to 80 million gallons a day. Combined, all of these facilities have significantly reduced the city's groundwater pumping. It's positioned the city well to meet the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act goals going forward, as well as projected growth demands for the city. And the last bullet on the screen I want to talk about just real quick. We have additional opportunity that we are currently exploring, and that's the ability to engage in occasional surface water exchanges. And so we are currently exploring an opportunity related to the city's reclamation water well out at the Regional Wastewater Reclamation Facility. And the reason we will do that is because this is the most reliable water supply in the region, especially in drought years. And so we're having conversations with some of our partners, and we look forward to discussing those opportunities soon going forward. The city manager did brief the city council about that 2 weeks ago. And so we are still in those negotiations and looking forward to providing an update soon. All right, so now if we move to the next slide, we'll take a look at our current year water supplies. So next slide. So right now, we are currently tracking at just 20% of our 60,000 acre foot contract, CVP water supply contract, and that's 12,000 acre feet. So a pretty substantial reduction from a normal year. Due to the creek fire last year, we ended up with a 2020 CVP carryover of about 5,600 acre feet. So that wasn't the plan, but in hindsight now, that's very beneficial for us in this year, in the current drought year. We are getting weekly updates from the Fresno Irrigation District on the Kings River water supply, and that supply has continued to decrease, but right now, under our current contract, we can access about 26% of the FID supply. They're projecting about a 200,000 acre foot allocation for the irrigation district, and so with that, the city has approximately 52,000 acre feet available to us. Our groundwater supply capacity is currently at 119,000 acre feet, and that's because we do have some groundwater impacts related to 123 TCP, which is some groundwater contamination issues that we are currently dealing with. We are litigating and looking forward to treating our groundwater wells, bringing them back online soon. We also have 5,900 acre feet of recycled water available. So our total water supply this year is estimated at about 197,000 acre feet. Normal demands are about 196,580 acre feet, which includes groundwater recharge. So normal demands without recharge, about 136,580 acre feet. In the current year, we are not planning to conduct recharge activities as we are prioritizing the operation of surface water treatment facilities as the most efficient use of our limited surface water supply. So we want those limited surface water supplies to go to the treatment facilities. We want to preserve our groundwater in case next year is a continuation of the drought, and we do not have supplies available to conduct recharge activities this year. Okay, we'll move to the next slide. So what is the city's drought response? Let's move to the next one. So the city is required to have a water shortage contingency plan that outlines how the city responds to foreseeable and unforeseeable shortages. So droughts are foreseeable. They've occurred in the past, 2014 being the most recent drought that we moved through. We are experiencing one right now, and I think it's foreseeable that we are going to have droughts in the future. Unforeseeable events are going to include natural disasters, terrorist acts, other types of similar events. And so our water shortage contingency plan will provide us some options going forward. So the plan provides guidance to the city council, to staff, to the public, and it identifies response actions for the efficient management of water shortages when they occur. So I'd also want to point out, if you look at the last bullet on the screen, that the current water shortage contingency plan was developed as part of our 2015 urban water management plan. And since that plan was developed, as I mentioned before, we completed the Southeast Treatment Facility, and that has completely changed how the city utilizes its surface water supplies. The plan is somewhat outdated. We are working on a new plan that's part of the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan effort that's underway right now, and we are preparing to bring that to the City Council within the next month or so. So next slide. So under the current water shortage contingency plan, there are a number of implementation triggers, which include impacts to groundwater levels, those that pertain to groundwater contamination. Today, we want to focus on our surface water, which currently has the greatest risk for the city. We are now in the second of 2 consecutive years and our Bureau of Reclamation and our FID water supplies are projected to be less than 10% or reduced by 10% or greater. And so we have triggered stage one. In addition, the volume of surface water supplies available from the Bureau of Reclamation and FID have both been reduced by over 25% of the long-term average. We have triggered stage two. And as we move further down the slide, we can see that our projected surface water demands have actually been reduced more than 50% of the long-term average. So we could actually move all the way to stage four under the current reduction. But at this point, we are recommending that we implement stage two under the current plan. And that's based upon how the city or the city's ability to utilize the limited supply, surface water supplies we have based upon the more recent investment in surface water treatment infrastructure. So if we go to the next slide.
Director, can you pause for a second? Can you go back to the old slide? And then you told us how much water rights we have, how much water we have rights to, which is 350,000 acre feet, and how much the current supply is, which is 194,000 acre feet. Did you tell us how much we're actually using annually? What's our current usage rate?
Yeah, so our 2020 water demand was around 122,000 acre feet. That does not include the surface water that was utilized for groundwater recharge. That was just water deliveries to customers.
Okay, and then my other question is stage two. What impact, if any, of these stages does it have on the customer?
So in stage two, based upon the water shortage contingency plan, we are required to implement the 3-day watering schedule, and included in that would be a voluntary 10 to 25% reduction. So we would ask our customers to conserve, and that's one of the recommendations that we're going to get to in this presentation.
Great. And just for my clarification, what's the watering days now? I thought it was already 3 days.
Yes, it is 3 days.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
And so it's the same watering schedule that's been in place. We are going to run an outreach, and we are going to recommend voluntary reduction, and we will work with our customers through a number of outreach efforts to accomplish that. There are also a number of water shortage demand reductions that are identified specifically in the water shortage contingency plan by stage. And so we will go through that plan, identify those associated with stage two. That will be part of our outreach to our customers and focus our water conservation efforts and programs on implementing those conservation measures. Okay, so if we can move to the next slide. So looking at our historical water production, in 1963, groundwater pump totaled about 55,720 acre feet. In 2002, it was significant because it was our biggest year for groundwater pumping, which was at 165,000 acre feet. So that was prior to the Northeast treatment facility coming online. 2008 was significant in that it was our highest water production year at 168,000 acre feet. By that time, we were producing treated surface water, and that caused our groundwater pumping to drop during that year. During the 2015 drought, that year was significant because Governor Brown mandated a 28% water conservation target for Fresno. Our customers did a phenomenal job in pursuit of that target, and we saw groundwater pumping reduced to about 83,000 acre feet. So that was a huge reduction in 2015 during that significant and sustained drought period. By contrast, if you look at the bottom of the screen, after we commissioned the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility, we can see that for 2020, our groundwater that we pumped last year was reduced to 55,000 acre feet. So this is equivalent to the 1963 water year, and it's only 1/3 of the amount that was pumped in 2002. So this is a huge accomplishment for the city. This is why we are in a much better position than we were during the 2014-2015 drought, and why we are making the recommendations here today. If we go to the next slide. So as you look at the screen, we put this slide in here because we are seeing, some improvements in terms of our ability to be more efficient in how we utilize our surface water supplies. We're much more strategic in our groundwater pumping, but we've got significant work to do to recover our groundwater levels. And so we've had a decline going back more than 80 years. And we can see that, groundwater is, groundwater recharge beginning in the 1970s slowed that decline to a certain extent, but more significantly with the Southeast Treatment Facility coming online. If you look to the very right-hand side of that chart between 2015 and 2020, we can see that groundwater levels are starting to show an increase. So we measure those groundwater levels every single year. And since we've started up the Southeast plant in conjunction with the operation of the Northeast plant, the groundwater levels are starting to recover. It's promising. It's very early to predict how much recovery we are going to see, but I think it's important to point out that groundwater levels are heading the right direction, but time will tell in terms of the significance of groundwater recovery. So we move to the next slide. All right, so what are our risk factors going forward? Right now, the biggest threat is for a reduction in our CBP supply out of the San Joaquin River, or a reduction in our FID supply. And right now, our runoff projections are becoming more firm, but we are continuing to track that. It's a day-by-day tracking that's occurring right now, watching what's going on in all parts of the state and how some of those decisions that are being made could impact Fresno and our surface water supplies. There's been further reductions in surface water supplies on the west side of the valley, and that means that there could also be a threat that the exchange contractors will call our Friant water supply similar to years 2014 and 2015. We are currently litigating that prior decision by the Bureau of Reclamation, but a call on our Friant water supply would no longer be unprecedented anymore. Additionally, 40 counties are under a state of emergency due to drought conditions, and so it's possible that the governor could implement mandatory conservation targets similar to what was implemented in 2015. So any of these risks, if they were to be carried out, would require further conservation by our customers in this water year. So we move to the next slide, we will take a look at our recommendations. So as we stated earlier, under our water shortage contingency plan, under stage 2, we stick with the 3-day outdoor water use schedule.
Did you have a question? Hold on, Mike. Did you have a question, Councilmember Soria? No? I thought you chimed in. Okay. Go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
No problem. So we will stick with the 3-door out water use schedule. We will require voluntary 10 to 25% customer water use reductions. We are going to outreach to our customers through an awareness campaign that is being put together right now. So we will be rolling that out soon, later in the month. We have partnered with Councilmember Maxwell on an update to our lawn and garden rebate program. And so we look forward to providing the City Council an update in July about that program. We are on track to return to City Council in the July-August timeframe with the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, and within that plan will be a recommended, updated, and revised water shortage contingency plan. We would also request to lift the moratorium on fines utilizing the automated enforcement for excessive water use. We were on track to do that during 2020. Unfortunately, with the pandemic situation and the moratorium on shutoffs and delinquency fees, we didn't feel the timing was right to bring that forward. But considering the current drought conditions, we think it's important that we get back, we update the council, we talk about our water conservation enforcement program, our operational plan, and matching enforcement with our ability to provide customer service. And with that, we will request to utilize the automated enforcement system in conjunction with our fine structure. And we also want to take the opportunity going forward to provide the City Council with annual water supply and utilization update. So look backwards at the prior water year. How did we do? Are we meeting our Sustainable Groundwater Management Act goals? And then looking forward, what's the projection for the current water year? Are we going to trigger any of our water shortage contingency plan triggers? We think that's an important conversation, and we want to be able to update the council on that on an annual basis. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and look forward to any questions you might have.
Director?
Colleagues, do we have, Councilman Arias?
Sorry, but Director, if you can leave that slide on, please. Your second to last bullet, return to the City Council to lift moratorium on fines for automated enforcement.
Yes.
How are we going to handle then? If we're going to lift the moratorium, are you suggesting that we're going to go back to automatic fines for excessive water use? And if that's the case, how are we going to deal with all my older constituents that have broken water lines and nobody's been out there to repair them? Therefore, they're going to end up being handed a $1,000 fine, because our current system still requires homeowners to pay for any work, I believe, on this side of the street, but within the city's right of way. And those tend to be pretty costly improvements. Is the staff going to revise or review those automatic fines? I mean, are procedures for fixing leaks before we implement the automatic fines?
We won't. Hi, Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
Go ahead. Yeah, I was just going to mention that, through the automated system, we are actually able to identify when those leaks are occurring. We get a leak notice, and that's our opportunity to update the customer. Our goal is to provide that information to the customer. They can also log into the website, see that themselves. And we want to work with our customers to resolve leak issues so that they are not in a situation where they are receiving a fine. So our ordinance is set up so that it can trigger, there are, when a leak is identified, there's an opportunity to work with that customer so that they can fix it. Our goal is to solve the problem, not to fine them. We don't rely upon our fine revenue for that. We want that to be a last resort that we would implement if we cannot get cooperation and compliance with the watering schedule.
Yeah, if I could add to that, council member. So one of the things we did in 2014, you could look at the hourly water meter data, and you can see people that are watering 7 days a week. So those are the people we wanted to target first. Like, hey, 7 days a week not working. See, we get change behavior. Then we go to the 6 day a week. Then we go to the 5 day a week. We just wanted to get people just do it by the rules. Just do the 3 days. If you got 3 days, do them on the days you're supposed to. But if you're doing 7 days, we're going to talk to you about it. And again, we don't start with the fine. We start with just, hey, we need to bring this to your attention. But it's the 7, 5, 6, 4 that we want to get them down.
I just want to make sure we incorporate the lessons learned from the last time that all these fines were going out. And I know people expect you to use your engage in the water using activity on certain hours, but our city is pretty diverse. There's people who work the night shift. There's a lot of families who are all taking the shower after school and after dinner time and washing clothes at the same time. So I want us to be thoughtful about who we serve before we automatically start deploying fines, and we have to then come over here and take some immediate action.
Yeah, we don't typically, and I don't think I've ever, we don't fine leaky toilet, excessive water use on a washing machine or dish. We do bring that to the customer's attention. Say, we're looking at your data, 2, 3 in the morning, looks like, and it's just, you could see it in the hourly data. Yeah. It's just every hour, here's this 10 gallons, 10. So we bring that to the customer's attention. Appears you have a leak. The ones we really go after, 7 day a week here. And you can see the irrigation, it's 300 gallons in an hour for 6 hours, 7 days a week. We're just like, hey, we need to bring that to folks' attention, because the outdoor watering it's probably less now, but there's a time when outdoor watering is 50% of all the water use. Yeah. So if we can get after that and get people to just use their water inside the house, we're good with that. But it's the 7 day a week, 6, 5, 4 that we want.
And City Manager, have we looked at the amount of outdoor watering that we do in our city facilities? I mean, I know we have a luscious lawn in the front, and that's great, but are we as a city taking steps to make sure that we don't have a ton of outdoor landscape in city properties that doesn't really have
There's
a
two.
real
There's two
purpose.
things that trigger the city assessment. One is Fresno calls. We'll get Fresno calls about you guys are water in the parking lot over here at this park or something. So we get people out there, and it's usually a broken irrigation system, so we get that fixed. The park, there is an exclusion for like the city on its parks, the schools on their athletic fields, where you water the equivalent of 3 days a week or whatever your schedule is, but we allow you to do it over a longer period because the fields are so big, and they
No,
can't water everything.
What
at
I'm
the
trying
same
to
time.
ascertain is, as we build new city facilities, are we intentionally limiting the amount of outdoor landscaping that we're, building or constructing? Like, for example, the animal shelter. I haven't even seen the designs, but are we going to add, acres of, landscaping to
Yeah.
that, or are we being intentional in conserving, water?
It'll be the more xeriscape, drought tolerant we're putting around our facilities. Where we want to focus, that we call it the active turf, is on the park stuff. That's where we
Perfect.
wanted the active turf.
Okay,
I
and then
think
my last.
the southeast treatment facility is a good example of that. There's no grass at that facility, and now that the landscape is maturing, it's a good example of xeriscape and what a city facility should look like going forward.
And the state kind of stepped in and made us do this model water efficiency landscape ordinance. And so they kind of came in and wanted to see that xeriscape, drip, low water use kind of irrigation on commercial properties, institutional properties. So we've adopted that as a model here.
Perfect. And my last comment on this thing, I asked that we push back the authorizing the city to sell recycled water until we heard had this workshop, because I'm really hesitant to send a message to the public that we're not monetizing, water, and when we might be pretty close to having them reduce their use of water, adjusting water rate fees and utility fees. So I want to be very cautious about, before we go into the profiteering of water, that we understand what the average customer is going to have to, do differently in order to get through this, most recent drought.
I think it's a great recommendation, and that's what we did the last time we did the rate study. Is we built in the fact that the citizens of Fresno were going to reduce. So I think the average use at the time we did the rate was about 2,300 cubic feet a month, but we built the rate plan around people doing 1,500 cubic feet. So the rates did reflect that, and we were one of the few agencies in the valley that didn't have to go to surcharges and these excessive penalties and all, because our rate design was built for people conserving water. And we'll do that as we start the rate design for next year.
Thank you, Director and City Manager.
All right. I don't see anybody else. Councilmember Maxwell or Vice President Esparza? And my colleagues? No? Fun.
Are we taking the ordinance now, or what is the order?
Just a workshop.
So I thought
After we
in the
wrap up
morning
the
we had-
workshop, we'll do 1W.
Oh, okay, so that's what I was wondering. But before, I guess, we move on, just one question in terms of the recycled water, because what I remember when I voted in 2015 on the Recharge Fresno, the recycled water was part of kind of this whole Recharge Fresno, how we sold it to the taxpayers. So I'm wondering, I know that we had this grandiose plan, and the plan has gone nowhere. So this is a readjustment, or I'm trying to understand what happened to the plan in terms of, did we just scrap it?
We scaled the recycled water program to run down the corridor and bring it into downtown so we could irrigate this area right here, Roding Park. So because there was original plans to go up Cornelia all the way to Herndon, and then Herndon all the way into the city along Herndon. We were looking at doing things out at the airport, and then when you started adding it up, and like Mike had indicated here, the dollar per acre foot, it wound up being a ridiculous dollar per acre foot. So we're like, hey, let's scale this down to where it's still a reasonable cost for the residents to have access to that and use that water, and reduce the reliance we have on the pumping and the surface water. And it's proven to be successful for that. But we had to scale it because it just was getting excessively expensive and pushed us outside of the normal dollar per acre foot we would want to rely on.
And if I could, City Manager, the recharge program, the recycled water program that was funded through the State Water Resource Control Board, the Clean Water SRF funds, has been implemented as planned. So the infrastructure is largely complete in the southwest portion of the city. And we are moving forward with connections. And we just, at the May 20, I believe the May 27th council meeting, the city council did approve feasibility studies for the connection of City Hall, Veterans Memorial, Think White Park. I think we are moving forward with Fulton Street as well. And so we do need to conduct some studies and then obtain the permits through the state. So we look forward to those. We have ongoing conversations with Community Regional Medical Center. And we just signed user agreements with 2 additional cemeteries. And we have ongoing coordination with Caltrans as they move to landscape Highway 180 from 99 going west. And so that's going to be a very significant connection for us. And so we're working with them to make sure that is successful as well.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Director Carbajal. And I apologize to those at home that can hear my colleague, Councilmember Bredefeld, humming Strangers in the Night next to me. It's very soothing, Councilmember Bredefeld.
What's very soothing?
It's coming, he's humming to Strangers in the Night. And it's coming through the mic. I just want to let them know that that's happening. Before we move on, Councilmember Carbasi, are you on?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Just a clarification, because I got a few confused text messages during the break. I would like the city attorney just to clarify, with the Youth Commission bill not passing today, does the Youth Commission currently have the ability with a 2/3 vote to change their attendance policy?
The provision that would allow the commission itself to change its attendance policy was in the proposed amendment today.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Was that your only question, Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
All right. That concludes our workshop. We will now move on to item 1W that was requested by Councilmember Arias to be heard after the workshop. Councilmember Arias?
I'd like to make a motion to table the item. I think it's premature for us to, engage in selling water at this point. But I will defer to a city manager for any comments that he can make.
I apologize. So this is not about selling water. This ordinance is not about. It's about addressing how we do the interconnections in the study, to do these interconnections that Director Carbajal had talked about. We're revising the recycled water ordinance. This is not about selling water to anybody. That's not. We had talked about doing that, but we're still researching partners that might be interested in purchasing.
So what exactly does the item do, City Manager?
Mike, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah. Can you
So
talk
these
about
are
1W?
so these are administrative updates to the ordinance. So the ordinance was developed well in advance before we started making connections and deliveries. And so we do not currently charge for those recycled water deliveries. And so as we have moved through the implementation process, recycled water under the ordinance is currently mandatory for those properties that front on a recycled water main. And that's proven to be challenging for some of those properties. And so we are making some administrative updates to the ordinance that will better facilitate our ability to connect properties going forward. It also cleans up some of the provisions within our user agreements and just streamlines the process now that we have the pipes, we have the systems there, and we have customers that are looking to connect. So this is more of an administrative update to bring the current, the ordinance.
So in a lot of cities, council member, so in a lot of cities, when you put recycled water in, it's mandatory when it's available in the street, you will connect to that. And we adopted that kind of model. And now that we're into it, we're like, you know what, we better allow for the volunteer property owners to let's take advantage of those folks first and not force people to have to connect.
So City Manager, I need some clarification because in the staff report, it indicates the water customers that choose to use recycled water would enter into agreement with the city and would establish a negotiated price applicable for that recycled water source, which for me, in layman's terms, it means that we would authorize the city staff engaging in agreements to purchase recycled water. Is that?
Right. Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you were talking about us doing sales of water with our recycle outside of the city. So yes, we're going to, so as part of the fee study that we're coming up with, we need to do, where we'll be doing the recycled water rate that will be built into, there'll be another rate that we'll charge for the customer. So we have a water rate, solid waste rate, a wastewater rate. We have to design a recycled water rate.
So why not include that with the drought plan that we're going to receive in July, City Manager? 'Cause it's,
Yeah, we have customers now that we need to advise, because we've always told them, hey, we're going to make this available so we could, because when we first started the system, we wanted to figure out how to operate it, because people take it on and off, and you're...
who are those customers?
So, like Mike had indicated, we've got some growers. We have a grower that's on. We have a couple cemeteries, Roding Park. We're connected to Roding Park. So operationally, we had to figure out how the system worked. Now we're in that mode where we know how it works, the electricity, the operation, the maintenance. So we have all the cost elements.
Yeah, City Manager, I was not aware that we already have contracts to sell recycled water. I would like a lot more information of, who those customers are, what the price point we're selling the water for before we agree to this change. So if you can get us some information in a week, I think we can bring this back. I want to be cautious with any presentation to the public that we're now in the business of selling recycled water. So I'd like to know who those customers are, what's the rate, because I think the other question we're going to get asked is, are we willing to sell the water for some cannabis use, right? Are we willing to sell it for a private soccer facility? So I want to be clear about who our customers are now that's already hooked to recycled water. And I'm also have some questions around, I know one of the subdivisions in my district was planning to use recycled water for common green spaces. Are we selling them the water for that purpose? Or, so I just have a lot of questions around the dynamics of who the current customers are and how that would be fleshed out. So if we can have some more time, that would be helpful.
Yeah, we can do that. And the Fagundes property, that's the property we had talked about doing the...
Correct.
And then we would have metered it and we would have billed them. You're right.
Yeah. So I just want
to be clear. Yeah. To be clear, council member, we are making recycled water deliveries, but we are not charging a volumetric rate for that. There is a small administrative fee for the just to establish the account. So there are no actual charges for those recycled water deliveries, and we'd be happy, to update the council at the time that we decide to implement any volumetric charges.
Correct. And City Manager, it just might be as simple as a training memo walking us through all the current customers, what are the potential rates, and that way we're fully aware of, who, and if an industry comes forward, because I know we have some of the cheapest commercial water rates in the valley. And if a big industry wants to come in and take all the recycled water for whatever purpose, I want to be prepared for that conversation.
We can do that.
Yeah, I'll second that, and then I just want to add for that information, maybe it's a Director Carbajal or City Manager Esqueda. I'd like to see the map of the purple pipe that we currently have. I think that would be helpful. Because I think I was at the Fresno Unified when Fresno Unified was going to enter into a partnership to water some of their schools and kind of leverage some resources. So that map I think would be very helpful. And what we currently have, and then also what would also help the conversation is what our future plans are for expanding that purple pipe system in the city.
That'd be perfect. We can do that.
All right. Motion was made to continue the item, seconded by myself. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. City Attorney, we're going to go into closed session. Can you read the disclaimer?
Yes. First of all, we have real property negotiation concerning the Wesley United Methodist Church potential park property. We have also anticipated litigation, Graves Family Trust. Also anticipated litigation, Kessler versus City. Existing litigation, Fresno Building Healthy Communities. That's the Measure P case. Real property negotiation concerning the Selland Arena property with Prosperis Terra. Also, existing litigation, Pismos versus City of Fresno. And then performance evaluations of the city clerk and city attorney. I would not expect any announcements afterwards.